I call to order the meeting of the San Marcos City Council. This is a regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, May 20th of 2025. It is 7 o'clock. We are an hour late because we had things we needed to do and conclude at our 3 o'clock meeting. So apologies for that. Ms. Trevino, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Saul Gonzalez. Here. Ms. Garza. Here. Mayor
Here.
Houston. Mr. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Mendoza.
Here.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez. Here. We have a quorum present.
Our invocation this evening will be given by Tim Vaca, pastor of Victory Chapel. Thank you for staying here and hanging out with us.
It's my privilege and honor. Thank you. And thank you, City Council. If it's appropriate for you, let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful for your presence and for your favor. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. And I pray for our City Council, and I pray for our city. I pray for every individual in this city, every home, every father, every mother, every child, every young adult. I pray for our city that you'll bless it and give it favor. I pray for every decision, every conversation that happens in this place tonight. I pray you'll give us wisdom and guidance. I pray for empathy. I pray for those that are struggling in our city. I pray for those that have questions. And I pray during these conversations that we'll listen attentively. And I pray for our City Council that they'll make the right decision. But not just the right decision, but do it in the right way. We pray for truth, that truth will be established. I pray for your gracious love and compassion and favor, and bless this city. Bless everyone in this city. And as we end this prayer, I take a verse out of Matthew 6 and verse 10. It just says, your kingdom come, your will be done in San Marcos as it is in heaven. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Next, we'll have our pledges of allegiance. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right. We will now begin our citizen comment time frame. And the City Council welcomes citizen comments at work sessions, workshops, and regular meetings. Persons wishing to speak do need to sign up in advance, and there's a process for that. Speakers may speak once during the citizen comment time period and may not yield time to others. If you speak now about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, I ask that you not repeat exactly the same comments again during the public hearing on the same topic. You will have 3 minutes to speak when you state your name. You will see the timer on the screen. You'll start in the green. When the timer shows only yellow, you have less than 20 seconds left. When the timer is red, your time to speak is up and a bell will ring. If you are online, you will get a prompt to say to be a panelist. That will allow you to speak and be seen, so accept that prompt in order to be a commenter. The Mayor and Council will endeavor to ensure that meetings are conducted in a courteous manner and in an atmosphere free of defamation, intimidation, personal insults, profanity, or threats of violence. If you do any of those, you will hear the gavel. I will ask you to leave the council chambers. If you need help to doing so, our officer will assist you. This is your warning. It will not be a warning and you get to keep talking. No, this is your warning. So we have a few people this evening. I will read the first 5 names, and in this order will be Scott Coe, Saheed Mosh, I'm sorry, someday I will learn how to pronounce this, Tomas Diaz de Leon, Sam Young, and Sean Dunlap. And your 3 minute, I saw Scott earlier. There he is. So if y'all will come on in and be ready to speak, you will have 3 minutes each.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Scott Cove. I wanted to thank everyone, all the city staff, the City Council for participating in the last meeting, which was a doozy. It was, 7 hours. a lot of public comment. Yeah, regarding the situation in Palestine and our country's role in what is happening. And unfortunately, just want to say to our community and the city and the world at large that the situation has deteriorated even further in Palestine, and the United Nations is warning that 14,000 infants are at risk of starvation in this moment. And there is word that the entire Gaza Strip is going to be ethnically cleansed and occupied militarily by the Israeli military, which is supported by our government, our tax money. Our country is unfortunately doing this in our name, and there doesn't seem to be any obstacles or roadblocks or speed bumps in the way. Even the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, nobody seems to be able to stop it because our federal government doesn't want it to stop. I'm just asking our community to do whatever we can. If we can't pass a resolution, find other ways we can speak together and unite and be a positive force in our country. Yeah, anybody of conscience in our country, it's really a time to stand up and speak and use your voice because people are being silenced. You know, Mahmoud Khalil, it was a student who was put in ICE detention without any charges. He's still in ICE detention just for speaking up against what is, you know, a genocide according to international bodies. He's still in detention. He missed the birth of his firstborn child. And, you know, students are being denied their diplomas for speaking out against a genocide because their universities are contributing funds to this, you know, horrible atrocity. So, yeah, I appreciate the council. I feel like maybe we could have done more. You know, more than 4 hours of our community came out to ask you to do something. I feel like you could have done more, maybe come up with a different resolution, maybe a resolution that didn't mention Israel, but just asked our country to follow their own laws. You know, it's against the law for our country to give weapons to be used on civilians, and it's happening right now. More shipments or weapons are going in this moment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Said.
My name is Said Moshfaq Yegane. I would like to come tonight and say thank you to the City Council if you are saying yes to the ceasefire resolution. But unfortunately, you said no. And Mayor Hussein, you said that you said no because it divides the community. I think you divided us. You divided on based on those whose voice matter to you and those you don't care about them. You said that you made your mind before May 6th meeting, so no matter how many of your constituents ask you to do something, you don't care. How do you think, picking a side makes San Martians united? If you really cared about division, you could recuse yourself from voting. You could say, I don't vote on this resolution because it's divisive. But you said no, and please look at me, not
I'm sorry,
do
I'm taking
something
notes.
else. So, yeah, so you could recuse yourself from voting if you really were, caring about division, but you said no. So that's picking a side. You could not align yourself with the opposition and say no. You even didn't have the courage to speak against the Governor Abbott's threat against your constituents, the weakest people in the city. Even if you didn't want to vote for the resolution, right, you could say something about this is a threat to our democracy, but you chose, you chose not to say anything. You didn't say anything about unconstitutional threat of the Governor Abbott. So, and when you disagreed with the resolution, did you disagree with advancing immediate, permanent, and sustained ceasefire in Gaza? Are you pro-war? When you disagreed with the resolution that urging United States to cease its support for funding actions that contravene international and federal laws, so why you said no to resolution asking for that? Did you disagree with advocating for reallocation of funds towards critical domestic needs of the San Martians? Did you disagree with advocating for constitutional rights and freedom of speech for the students and for the other residents of the San Marcos? So why you said no? These are the demands of the ceasefire resolution.
Our next speaker is Tomas Diaz de Leon.
Hello, my name is Tomas. I'm a lifelong San Marcos resident. I'm here today to express my disappointment in City Council's 5-2 vote against the ceasefire resolution at the May 6th City Council meeting. I know I'm definitely not alone in that, but I think there are some things said by members of this council that need to be addressed specifically because I feel they represent how ill-fitted for roles in community political leadership those council members are. So one of the final things that was put to the crowd that night before that vote came down after nearly 7 hours of public testimony about an ongoing genocide was that we should create a change.org petition. I don't know if that means, Mayor Houston, that you're so out of touch that you just didn't assume that there was anything objectionable about saying that, or if you fully understood how dismissive that was given the context and decided to commit to saying it anyway. Either way, just not a great look. And then when people got understandably frustrated at that dismissiveness and decided to voice it, you sicked law enforcement on us and had us forcibly removed from City Hall, kind of perfectly encapsulating that the most important thing to you is maintaining the facade of decorum and procedure rather than the safety or well-being of your constituents or, taking any kind of firm stance against some of the worst human rights abuses imaginable. Human rights abuses that are funded with our tax dollars. Again, just real gross. And then there's Matthew, starting with, normal people don't care about issues like this. We're a community of migrant workers that's just interested in putting bread on the table. On top of just being a cop-out that's a wildly ignorant and ahistorical statement, considering the long history of connection migrant workers have with struggles for social justice. Then following that up, with a job is a job, I'm not going to apologize for collecting a paycheck. Definitely the I'm just following orders of our time. I don't understand how we're supposed to be looking to you as any kind of moral or political leadership for San Marcos when you can just throw your hands up, step back, and say, normal people don't care about genocide, and just kind of exempt yourself from tangling with the ways that our state is abetting crimes against humanity. Really just pretty overtly cowardly, in my opinion. Again, generally disappointed in those of you who decided to vote against the ceasefire resolution. I hope this council will be able to grow more of a backbone when it comes to protecting our town from things like the resource-depleting monstrosities that are the proposed data centers. But I think that Milquetoast Matthew and Genocide Jane behaved especially shamefully, and I hope your constituents take every opportunity to remind you that you should, that you should be ashamed, whether that be here at City Hall or when they see you out in the community. Thank you, Amanda and Alyssa, for all that you do and for the examples that you set. Y'all are incredible. We're not going anywhere. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sam Young, followed by Sean Dunlap. And then after them, in this order, is Elizabeth Bounds, Luke Kraft, Sanjay RAB, and then Rob Rourke.
My name is Sam Young. I want to thank those who voted against the anti-Israel resolution at the last meeting. As elected officials, please focus only what is best for San Marcos. Getting the resolution on the agenda, taking a vote, that's all constitutional. It's right to vote, and then our elected officials voted it down. It's time to move on to other real city business and not being involved or try to say things that we have no control over whatsoever. The other thing, this is the beginning of the budget process for the next fiscal year, and I urge you to focus on the city's basic needs and needs that things not put out money for something we don't need or we won't, but it's, it's shiny. From a personal point of view, I want a new tricked-out pickup that would cost upwards of about $100,000. Instead, I got an 8-year-old Honda Ridgeline that, with maintenance, it works. So whatever works within the budget, let's keep it that way. One of the needs that we do have is more monetary support for our police and fire departments, as well as public support from all our citizens for the police. Understand law enforcement sometimes is an issue in the city council chambers. I did the online budget questionnaire that came out, and I was able to go from a deficit to a positive. I do not know what the city charter says about deficit spending. I urge you to create a reasonable, balanced budget that meets the basic needs of all citizens of San Marcos, and it does recognize all citizens of San Marcos as we are all taxpayers. And I'll get my time up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sean Dunlap. Elizabeth Bounds.
My name is Elizabeth Bounds, and I'm a San Marcos resident. I'm asking council to look at the needs, not just the wants of our community when discussing the budget. I encourage all of you to not touch the public safety parts of the budget. The public engagement feedback survey, which was attached to the council agenda, supports that the residents who responded to the survey make it a high priority to support our fire, police, and first responders. I do also want to take the time to thank the 5 council members who voted against the anti-Israel resolution, and thank those same members to address issues that are directly related to San Marcos. Thank you very much.
Next will be Luke Kraft. Is Luke Kraft here? Sanjay RAV.
All right, hello, y'all. I'm Sanjay. So 2 weeks ago, we had the potential to make history, but some people, not going to name who because I don't want to be accused of defamation, were cowardly enough to cave to the demands of Greg Abbott and their corrupted AIPAC donors because they're scared. Hundreds of people turned out 2 weeks ago to say that we don't want our money. A prior gentleman here over said, let's move on to other stuff. I agree. Let's move on to other stuff. Forget Israel. It is, like you guys are saying, that's none of our business. Precisely. It's none of our business, so why are we giving it to Israel? We don't have to. That's exactly what 2 weeks ago people are saying. We're not just bringing in global issues that have nothing to do with us. We're literally saying, exactly, it has nothing to do with us. Stop funding them. And before we started this meeting, I don't know what went on, and maybe you guys forgot basic civics class. You all just stood there in a government setting, in a public setting, which is supposed to be secular, and then did a little Christian bow prayer. You do realize, like, what the First Amendment says. Maybe you need to go read the civics lesson again. You're supposed to be secular. This is not a church for you. This is not a religious sermon for you, okay? There are other members of the community here that you need to respect. And also, I think you guys seem to forget that, you are not our leaders. Like, you are not like our dictators, okay? We're the ones who put you in power, and we fund you. And if you think what we're saying, the citizens of San Marcos in Texas, that we're just words, you can just sit there and ignore it, and then just take the money because money talks. Okay, if what we're saying is just words, then the laws you make are just words on a piece of paper. There's no reason we have to follow your orders, because they're just words on a piece of paper too. And, money talks? Okay, because someone's giving you bribes from AIPAC or whatever, what if we don't pay our taxes, huh? Then you guys don't have a salary. If money talks, then maybe that's what we should do. We don't have to pay you, we don't have to obey you because you're not listening to us. That's what the American Constitution is all about. I think you guys really need to understand what your roles are and who you serve. You serve the people, not the donors, and we're the ones who put you in power, and there is an election coming this November, and we can remove you. And besides all of that, I know if you have any empathy, you would at least care that there's people starving in Gaza. And like I said again, even if you don't have any empathy, That has nothing to do with us. We don't have to fund it. We don't have to pay your taxes if you're not going to listen to us. I guarantee you, if you poll the citizens of San Marcos, they overwhelmingly hate you people, and they want to get rid of the funds from going to Israel. If you put a vote right now, they will. So if you don't listen to the people aren't going to listen to you. They're not going to obey you. They're not going to vote for you, and we're not going to pay our taxes to you tyrants. Free Palestine from the river to the sea, and I hope all of you don't get reelected. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rob Rourke. Is Rob here? I saw him earlier, yeah.
Rob Rourke, 2805 Hunter Road, number 2B. They call me the Wiz. Thank you very much, all of you. I know it doesn't get said enough, but you did a good job in electing or nominating a great Charter Review Commission. I apologize tonight, my voice is not in real great shape, but I'm gonna make it through. Hey, it's been a long time. I only come down here for important stuff. I didn't come down when this place was packed last week. I wouldn't want to have been around that zoo. I come when it makes a difference. You've got before you tonight a great Charter Review Commission list. John Tomides did a great job. We lost Jim Garber during that time. We all made it. You've got that list before you tonight. Let's not bog it down. For those of you that don't know, the Charter is our Constitution. And yes, sir, that just spoke. It does have financial constraints in there. Y'all go pick up the budget from last year and read it. Right at the beginning of it, there's so many things that are there. Why? Because of the Charter. It starts, we the people of the city of San Marcos. It is your Constitution. It's important. What we recommend is going to go on the ballot. And I ask you to think those things over, but give it to the people. It's easy. Put it out there. You all are fighting right now because 80% of the voters were paying money to fight to the Texas Supreme Court if it can get that far. Because 80% of our voters voted yes on decriminalization of marijuana. Give it to the people. Give them a chance. Now, I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to give you a couple other quick shots. LMC is right here. Let's see. Yes, I am a habitual offender, folks. You want to come ask me about parking? Please, you know where to find me. Fences and passes do not control people. To control people is never good messaging. Okay? I get it about the fences. I get it about the passes. I get it about asking for ID from our citizens. Hey guys, remember, I was down here almost 20 years ago when we were fighting for about chipping of the pets. We had this place packed. We had people outside. And we were rocking. Okay, I get this. We got to come up with something. It's hard. I got it.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much. Thank you for serving y'all.
I'll go back around. Did Sean Dunlap make it in, or Luke Kraft? Okay, looks like they didn't get here, in which case we will move on with our agenda. Ms. Trevino, would you read item 1, please?
Receive a presentation regarding the results of the 2025 point-in-time count for the population experiencing homelessness in San Marcos and hold discussion.
Ms. Reyes, who's it starting this?
Pastor Sutherland, Joshua
Okay.
Sutherland.
Hello, members of the council and city folk. Maybe I can call you folk, I don't know. I'm Reverend Joshua Sutherland. I have been the co-chair of the Hays County Homeless Coalition for, I don't know, 3-4 years, I don't know. And Elva Gonzalez is with me today. She is I don't know, a director at the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center. I don't know the job title, sorry, but she's here to help me make sure we get this correct. We are just here to report back on the pit count, the point in time count. We do this yearly with you, and so we just want to make sure you see and have this information in front of you and make sure there are any questions, we can have them answered. We don't plan on taking a lot of your time today. But the point in time count, if you can go to the next slide for me, if that. The point in time count is a nationwide mandated population assessment for homeless or unsheltered folks across the nation. And so this is the way that HUD funds, if you ever want to have them, that's the way you need to have this done. But it also is just great data across the nation for this one night in January. This is the number of people who are experiencing homelessness. So the next slide, please. Ours was done on January 23rd. And it was done with volunteers and local agencies. We had a great, it was a great group of volunteers this year, and did a great job of sending them out in the community and searching across the county. And so we kind of did the best job of getting out into neighboring cities, actually. But you'll see the map in a little while about how that affects what we found in San Marcos as well. So we're just really looking. This pit count can help us to assess future needs for homelessness in our community, including things like the VASH vouchers, which we've received through this exact process of finding homeless veterans during the pit count. Next slide. So a couple things that you just need to know. There are two definitions that are really important within the pit count. That's unsheltered, people who are on the streets, people who are in their cars, people who are in outdoor encampments, or any place really that's not meant for human habitation. They're labeled as unsheltered. People who are sheltered are people within programs, transitional programs or emergency shelter programs, domestic violence shelters, which we have here through the Women's Center, and people who are paid for temporary hotel stays by agencies within the town. Those are the kind of definitions that you're going to see over and over again in these reports about who is sheltered and who is unsheltered that we find. If we ever come across somebody who has a living arrangement, they just don't get counted. They're not included. If they're not within these definitions, then they're just not included in the count. We say thank you very much. Have a great day. And so I think that's all we need there. Let's go to the next slide. So what can this tell us? First of all, it tells us approximately how many people are experiencing homelessness. If we don't see them, we can't count them. If we don't talk to them, they don't get counted, right? So it does not give a full picture of how many people were homeless on January 23rd. It just gives us an approximate number that we use as data. But this is, again, true across the nation that everybody's doing this at the same time. Right? So everybody gets an approximate number. It's not an exact number or a perfect number, right? It can tell us about trends across time, which we'll see some of that, and then one of the slides coming up. And it gives us insights. It also can give us insights into how effective we are doing at the things the city is doing or the county is doing in terms of mediating homelessness and the needs of the homeless community. What it can't do, of course, is tell you that total number, that big number that we all want, the perfect number to know exactly how many people are homeless. It's never going to do that for us. And it's really not going to do a great job of telling you the people who are on the brink or are in and out of homelessness, those kind of things, because if they weren't homeless on this night, they don't count. Right? So we're going to talk a little bit about McKinney-Vento's numbers, which are the school district numbers on homelessness. They're here at the end of this report as well. We gather those because those do a little better job of giving you some of that precariously housed and verge of being unhoused numbers. They're not perfect either because they're really a point in time as well, a certain point in time. But they do give us a fuller picture of homelessness here within the county and within the city. Next slide, please. Sorry, blanking for a second. So you can see here the trends. This is 2020 when we did the first count within Hays County, up to our current number there. The chart really tells you who is sheltered and counted, who is unsheltered, and then there are observations. When you observations means that we saw somebody, but they were either unwilling to talk or unable to, or, unwilling to talk to us. We didn't get enough information or whatever, and so they go down as an observation. So, however, when you look at the numbers, know that the 18 who are observations are also included in the 55, right? So they're really only of unsheltered folks that we talked to on the day of the count. I'm not going to do the math. I'm sorry. 37? I know that's not right. Do the math yourself. It's close enough, right? There's you see that the 18's included in the 55. Just know that when you're looking at these charts, okay? So our shelter programs include, just so you know, they include the Women's Center. That's a part of the sheltered folks that are included in these counts. It includes the rapid rehousing program at Southside. It includes people who were housed through the BR3T and motel stays, and it includes somebody else. Transitional housing programs of the Women's Center and other transitional housing programs in the area. So that's all here. Most of those programs, actually, all of those programs are within San Marcos city limits, just so you know. There's not a single one of those programs operating outside of San Marcos that are counted in this count. Next slide, please. So these are kind of a breakdown of age. Interesting stuff. It's interesting to us to know the breakdown of ages and where people are and where, what stage in their life they're encountering homelessness in whatever factors. And so you can see that the largest groups we had are the youngest among us, which is not who we think about when we think about homelessness, right? That's not who we regularly think about. But that is true. Nationwide, actually, just so you know, there's been some studies done that the most likely to be homeless in terms of age groups is 0 to 5. Not any other age group, because their families get evicted, right? And then there's 2, 3 kids involved, and so the count gets, the count is going to be more. But nationwide, it's true, and we see that here although all of our young ones are luckily in shelters right now through transitional housing programs or whatever, right? However, you see that they are experiencing homelessness within this area. That holds true here as well. I can't really speak to why it's 35 to 47 versus the other groups in terms of our homelessness here. But you see those numbers kind of in that young adult range, 25 to 44 is really the chunk of who we have as homeless within our community. Next slide. So what we say, the interesting, men and women are kind of equally distributed in terms of, but however, there are more men that are experiencing homelessness in our community overall, right? We see that whether we're unsheltered or sheltered, like there's 26 men who are unsheltered, 26 men who are sheltered, right? Like there's 13 women who are unsheltered, 14 women who are sheltered. That's just an interesting, kind of an interesting fact we found from the thing that I don't know what purpose it serves, but it does. But it is an interesting fact from our programs here and how they're operating. But as is true across the nation, I think men basically double the number of women that we have that are homeless in our community. Next slide. So race and ethnicity. So let me say, once we get further into, age is pretty well reported in terms of what people report back to us. Once we get further into the survey process, there's a lot of people who say, I'm done talking, right? So once we start asking some questions that go a little deeper in terms of race, ethnicity, they were going to talk about, there you look at the sexual orientation questions, right? There's tons of people who are just like, yeah, I'm done here. Like, we're not going to talk anymore. Or they just don't want to answer a question at all. They just say, I don't want to answer that, or I don't know, or whatever. So you see these numbers are a lot lower when we get into these further into the survey. The numbers don't represent, there were 187, I think, people who were counted on that day. But when you look at these numbers, that's obviously not 187 people who answered the race and ethnicity question, right? Of course, we had to subtract the 18 that were observations, but those numbers still don't work out. Interesting enough, that is the highest number of LGBTQIA people that we have counted in our counts over the past 6 years of doing this. That's the largest percentage of people we've ever seen. Don't have any reasons or anything like that, but it's just observation, right? That is true this year. Next, please. So this is again, just assessments of different types of groups of people, how they're asking us to group people. And so one of the things that you're going to see that is abnormal I think, in this community is that it does say that 44% of respondents identified as survivors of domestic violence. That is, however, I think that is, I don't know if it's skewed, but that is because right here in Hays County, we have the Hays Caldwell Women's Center, right, who is reporting. And so most of you see of the people who've experienced domestic violence are living within the women's shelter on these numbers, right? So you see 35 of them up there. That's mostly the women who are within their program. The unsheltered folks, we're new people, right? And then, although I think Elvis said to me earlier that they know some of those people, of the 6 as well. You answer it?
Yes, question. So I was looking at how chronically homeless is defined. I figured since this is like a federal requirement, they likely have a federal definition of that.
Yeah.
Could you enlighten me on what that means?
Yeah, well, maybe is the answer to that. So the answer to that is that they have to have experienced homeless for 6 months or more, like within a year, or 6 months or more within 3 years in various stints.
Okay.
So I think that's, I'm gonna have to I'll get back to you with an official definition, but yes, there is one, and it's a timeline, like it's an amount of time that they are homeless within a given period.
Okay.
And that defines chronically homeless. The exact numbers is what I'm not completely certain about.
Sure, no pressure. And I wanted to to ask you, since I know just in real life, a lot of these things intersect, right? You can fill multiple of these roles in one person.
Sure.
But are these responses based on just a singular thing people would have given, or could they select anything that applies to
Yeah,
them?
so that could be, one person could be represented in each 5 of those charts, all 5 of those charts, in the way this report was run.
Okay.
Like, so,
Thank you.
just how they answered the questions that they're asked. Let's move on to the next slide. So here's the map, and this is maybe the most telling of what we see, right? It's that if you look at the map, you can see that we were able to locate 4 people in Buda, 2 in Kyle, 2 in Wimberley, and then 179 of them are here in San Marcos, right? Again, a lot of those, 132 of them are sheltered, and those are all, my numbers are 100. Yeah, no, that's right. 132, right? Are sheltered, and so those are, and they're all those sheltered situations, those transitional housing programs or whatever. They all exist within San Marcos, so that skews the numbers somewhat. But it also means that almost everybody we observed or found and had conversations with who was unsheltered that day also was here in San Marcos. Yes.
So I was a part of this committee when it first started, but I stepped away. In the beginning, there seemed to not be a lot of involvement outside of San Marcos. So I'm wondering, what's the type of participation within the actual committee from other cities, whether that's folks who might work at nonprofits that are there, or community leaders or elected officials?
Well, my first answer is slow growth, but it's getting better. We had. Most recently, a couple meetings ago, we had all the local, or from every city, all of the St. Vincent de Paul representatives from every community came to our meeting, talked to us about what they do, how they do it. Some of them have joined up since then, wanted to be a part of what we're doing, and so it's been slow because, well, maybe for a lot of, I can't exactly explain it. Part of it's that most of our organizations are based here, right? And so, but it has been growing. Our reach into the community is getting better, which is why this is actually the first time we found anybody in Wimberley or Buda. So we're getting closer, right? As cooperation gets better, as people understand what we're asking and what we want to do and how we're operating, our collaboration with county officials is getting better. With city officials is getting better, and then local organizations, particularly St. Vincent de Paul, has been the best.
I bet they're awesome.
Has been one of the best ways to get connected with organizations there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and so what you will, I will tell you that the people we find, and especially in Buda and Kyle, were all people who live in their cars. Right, that's what we, when you get into, there may be encampments, and I think we found some, the food, through some programs Food Bank's running, I think we figured out there are encampments, but nobody quite could figure out where or how to get into them, right? However, the people we do find in those areas, a lot of them are staying in Kohl's, Walmart, Target parking lots. That's where they're sleeping overnight. And so, a different type of homelessness than we see on, the people we see on the streets every night, or whatever, around San Marcos. So kind of, we're getting better at it. It's a slow process, in kind of reaching to the rest of the county. Next, I think. Okay, this takes us to the McKinney-Vento data. The McKinney-Vento data is the data provided by the school districts. The interesting thing about the school districts is they have a completely different definition of homelessness than the HUD in terms of the PIT count stuff, right? So it includes people who are sharing housing with family, right? People who are in motels and hotels. It includes living in their cars. It includes those counts, right? And so those are the four things you see there. We'll talk about it, and I think on the chart might be a little more explanatory in terms of how that breaks up. So let's look at that last. Yeah, so you have doubled up. People who are doubled up means I'm living with my aunt, my uncle, whatever, and there's not enough bedrooms, there's not enough beds, but we're staying with whoever, right? You can see that in each of the school districts, that number is the largest number and percentage of the people who they report, right? That's almost always the largest number. Then you have people who are staying in hotels and motels, right? People who are in some sort of traditional housing program, so some of the programs like the Women's Center is running, and then those who are really considered unsheltered. Now, of all, I think we're the only school districts, or the only people who reported any children being unsheltered, right? From the 4 school districts that are represented here in terms of the county. But these are the official numbers that the school districts are providing and using to determine who is either at risk or is unsheltered or at risk of being homeless, right? And so those give you there's just a different picture of what homelessness looks like in our community. We are, maybe not surprisingly, but we report the largest numbers, right? Hays County has more schools, and they usually actually were pretty close, but this year they were a little lower than we were. Hays CISD, right? Yeah. So again, not everybody answers every question. So as you get down further into the surveys get harder. So, and then there's a lot of people who can say they prefer not to answer, they refuse to answer. They have every right to not answer the questions we're asking. So when you get past about the age question people will answer. After that, it starts to get more difficult to get people to answer some of the questions, right? So just know that as you look over the information. And that's going to take me to, I'm going to say one last thing, and then I'll, if you got questions, we'll take them. And that's that, maybe if we always come with a little bit of an ask, and the ask this time is that y'all would continue to be working hard with us in terms of Hays County, our county-wide emergency response to emergencies in our community, specifically in how they relate to homelessness for us. But in general, we find that the county does not have is not disaster prepared as a whole. The city has COAD. We've been working at it. I know there's been stuff in the background being worked to try to get to that. But from our perspective, the county response is poor, and it needs, and since y'all are helping to lead, in my opinion, through COAD and through other work, that we're leading that charge, that y'all will continue to help us to sort of get the rest of the county in to the room so that we can have a countywide response. Because, for instance, the letter that the judge put out this winter, when it was about cold weather, said basically, hey, that Southside Community Center is the entire county's warming center. Which meant that if anybody was homeless and needed to get warm, they had to get themselves down to Southside, which means they were coming into us, into the city. That is not a county response. That's something different, right? And so we really want to see a change in how we respond to disasters countywide, not just here.
On that, I appreciate that. I
Yeah.
appreciate when people come here and kind of give us those action items. I don't think that's a hard ask regardless. So, I mean, I know we've done resolutions in the past, sort of that ask to, I know we did one for, Guadalupe County, that one time? Maybe we can talk more on what your specific asks are and kind of get that specificity and craft something. And if my colleagues are interested now, we can.
There's that, but first, I would think that your organization, our organization would be the one to make that request. We can certainly back it up with something. I did notice that Mike Jones was at our last meeting. I think he's been at several
He's coming
of them
now,
lately.
which is good,
Yeah.
which is a good start.
That's
Yeah.
helpful.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not against it. I'm just
Yeah.
thinking, y'all doing that with the specificity that you
Right.
would be able to do.
But to the point you made about, the infrastructure that the city provides, that the entire county is benefiting from.
Yeah,
It's sort of like help us.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think coming from us as policymakers who are elected to represent the city might hold a little bit more weight versus just coming from an organization. So, I mean, if my colleagues are interested in that, I would love for us to work with crafting some language and getting that out as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think we could, I know some people don't like the term co-create. Last time I said that on here, people got mad. But I do think, one, I want to say I appreciate you so much for amplifying that need. I feel like I have said that a lot less gracefully as you have. I appreciate you acknowledging the strides that San Marcos has made. But yeah, I guess the question is how can we best support that? I know you're asking us to, put some pressure.
I mean,
Lead
I'm
by
not, I guess I'm not
example.
asking.
We've been leading by example, Mayor.
But I mean, to point that out and say, hey, we're doing this, how about
Gotcha.
y'all?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess I wasn't as, I asked and asked, and now now you're not throwing it back at me, and I'm like, well, I don't know what I was asking for. But I'm really asking that what we notice, and Elva's been the chief champion of this within our board, is that basically it's just not enough, right?
It's not sustainable.
It's not, and it's
Yeah.
not working. The countywide response to disaster is not working, right? It's not working. And so yes, we want to we'd like you to help us put pressure on the system, right? To say, how can we do this better, right? What's gonna work? What's gonna help make some of this better? A resolution I don't know how effective they are, so I don't know. This may be just ignorance on my part, but not
Right.
understanding how effective that would be. But I'm happy to help word something and come back if that's something that you would like to see as a council. I'm happy to
We
help.
need to determine who it goes to, because there are cities, and then there's the county that handles an unincorporated area. There's some leadership, like emergency, that the county does for the whole county. I think this is something that we need to have some
Like a work session.
some specifics. If we want more time, I'm certainly down with that.
Right.
So, but we need to give a lot of thought, and let me tell you what we need to do, because I have learned. Let's look into what they are doing before we start saying, hey, you need to do something, because you may find out they already are doing
Right.
something.
I
So we
do-
need some
yeah,
research.
I do,
For
yeah. Maybe we can work on it, take the first step on the homelessness committee. I
Yeah, that's
know
what I
it's like
suggested.
homelessness.
Yeah, that's
is-
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause- Yeah.
Yeah, we can make that an agenda item.
So we have our own committee.
And
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
invite you.
And it's the three of us who are talking now, so.
Okay.
Right.
That's
Yeah, and maybe invite, y'all to come and kind of hash that out, put
I
our
think
minds
that's
together.
a good way to start, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Actually,
We'll make that happen.
that's a really good idea, because their public health department, I mean, I was a bona fide hater during the pandemic, like the county's not doing anything, but I have seen their
Yes,
growth.
it's getting better.
And,
It's getting better.
yeah, and so, yeah, to the mayor's point, They could be cooking up
Yeah.
something, and we just don't know.
And Peyton Wagner, just so you know, is, I don't know, in charge, as part of the health department, and she ran the whole pit count. She was the chief who helped us do all that. So, the health department is very much, involved and getting engaged with us now. So the countywide response, right, it's getting better,
Right.
and so they're a part of it, and so,
We're on
so,
it.
yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, council, y'all good with us picking up that ball and running with it? And of course, it'd come back to here for a vote. Y'all will have input before it's done.
And I know it's not part, so Sam, flag me. But I'd like to congratulate Miss Elva on her retirement.
Yes.
And yeah, everybody
Yes.
kind of, yeah.
How many years?
A million.
46
Sheesh.
years.
She's,
Yeah.
Yes. We appreciate all your service, including
Yes.
this committee.
we
You see
do.
how I looped it back in?
yeah,
There you
your
go.
impact on this community is like immeasurable.
Yes.
And I hope you understand that. So we deeply, deeply appreciate you.
We do appreciate you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank y'all. All right, next, Ms. Trevino, would you read item 2?
Receive a final report from the Chair of the Charter Review Commission regarding recommendations for amendments to the city charter and provide direction as appropriate.
And we welcome the chair, Mr. Tomites, who's going to present the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John Tomites, resident of San Marcos, and served as chair of the Charter Review Commission this session, this term. If possible, if I could get a copy of the most recent executive summary from somebody, so that we're all on the same page, that would be helpful.
Ms. Trevino, is the printer still not working?
But anyway, I'll proceed. Yeah, we thank you for the opportunity to go through the charter as it is defined in the charter for the charge for the Charter Review Commission. Our charge is to look at virtually every word of the charter to find areas that can assist the community and to assist the community to follow and the city, local government to follow the city charter in a better fashion, and also to make our local government as efficient as it can be. As Mr. Rourke said, the charter is our city's constitution. So it's 12 sections, hopefully probably 13 sections when you all are through with it. And I also want to make sure that I thank, he left the room, but I want to make sure that I thank our city staff, Mr. Aguirre and his team, and also my fellow Charter Review colleagues who are here this evening, and those that made every meeting. I think we met 7 or 8 times. So if it pleases the city council, I'll go through the executive summary, proposed changes. Thank you, Sam.
And can we pull that up on the screen so everybody can see it?
What do we have?
It's in our packet.
It's listed as executive summary recommendations.
Yeah, if we pull up the packet that we have today and start with page 31, that would get us exactly what it is that we, on the screen. There we go.
Thank you.
That's what we need.
Okay. So I'll just jump into that.
Certainly. If
Okay.
you're ready, yeah.
I'm
and-
ready.
Yeah, we will thank you now, and we will thank you and your commission later for all the hard work that you did, because I know this is an intense get in, finish,
Right.
and then it's done. So thank you.
And we know that you're running behind, so we'll be brief.
Before you start, Mr. Tomites, just because it's
Yes.
all I'm going to be thinking about, which 2 members were absent? Because I've noticed all the votes were, there was 5 voted. So which 2 members didn't vote?
Well, one of them passed away.
Oh, I do apologize.
Jim Garber, and at our last meeting, we had one of the very active members made, I think, every other meeting but that one, had a death in the family literally either the day of or right before that final meeting. So we had 5, but I will provide some context of the discussions that we had as we went through all of the, the final recommendations. Just to give you an idea of the process that we took, was very simple. We had lengthy discussions about each section that the city council had recommended that we discuss. And then after that, we went through lengthy discussions about what any board member brought up that they wanted to discuss. We did not take formal votes along the way, but we did take verbal consent to arrive at a consensus to move that item forward to the end in the final meeting, where we would take a final vote, and that's what you see before you here today. The last time I was here, we were still in that process. We hadn't taken a formal roll call vote, but as I say, everything that you see before you had consensus and had a majority of the commission to get to that point. So item 1 was amend various sections of the charter to update references to him, her, or his to them, their, or they as applicable. And I found one of them that I'll just briefly read to you. And there's quite a few of these that we found. I'll start in the middle of the sentence where it says, the election of recall of a mayor or city council member or the amendment of this charter, and every such inhabitant shall be deemed to be a citizen of the city in connection with any city ordinance, regulation, or action which is or alleged to be applicable to him or his property. There's a lot of that type of language throughout this charter.
I don't like that.
Probably from whenever the charter was first written. And that was probably some standard language that was back then, but it certainly is not now. So we found a lot of references to his property, his business, and I certainly wouldn't say that to my wife at this point, so we're not going to make the citizens do the same. So those are all delineated, and if you approve that, I'm sure Mr. Aguirre will provide you with all the applicable sections that you'll find that in. The second was to amend various sections of the charter for publication of public notices.
Hold on just a second.
Sorry.
Process-wise, council, do y'all want to give me your yays and nays as we go through, or do you want him to go through all of it and then we go through it again? I can do it either way. I would suggest as we go, we just go with that. Or we'll end up talking about all this stuff twice. So, yeah, I'm glad about the first one. I think there might have been a change somewhere along the line because where it says his, it's got his or her 15 times in there. So I think maybe somebody fixed something maybe 20, 30 years ago, but I agree with you, there's still, in today's world, there's another fix. So I agree. Are y'all good with item 1? I'm looking at, okay. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Smythe.
We started with the easy ones.
Yeah.
The second one is to amend various sections of the charter that require publication of public notices in a newspaper to additionally require posting of notices on the city's website and applicable social media. Adding the terms website and applicable social media was more current and consistent with today's everyday practices of people. So I think that one's pretty self-explanatory.
Y'all good with that one? I'm seeing
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez. Okay. Okay.
Okay, number 3, amend section 301 to increase the term of office for mayor from 2 years to 4 years with, for 2 consecutive terms with a break of at least 2 years after such consecutive terms to become effective at the regular election in November in 2028. I'm going to give a little bit of explanation about this one. Probably received obviously more than some of the others in terms of discussion. I will let you know that this was reflective on our February 13th meeting. You can watch the video if you so choose to. It starts at 1 hour and 36 minutes into the actual meeting. We went through and we discussed, I think at your request, I believe that there was a request to consider 4-year terms for council members. We had that discussion earlier in the meeting. That was not something that garnered a consensus or support on the board or on the commission. It morphed into a discussion of Section 301 as we were talking about council terms and the terms for mayor. As we went through, there were various things discussed, but I'll try my best to, I did go back and watch the meeting and did my best to transcribe some of the things that were said. But there were concerns about the cost of running for mayor for election every other year. It's an expensive position to run for. It costs more to run for mayor than it does for city council typically. There was another comment about the cost of running for mayor and constantly fundraising. Does that make someone more beholden to strong interest groups from a financial side? That commenter was okay with 4 years. There was comments of discussion about committed voters, and do committed voters, are they only there in odd years? If they're committed in odd years, wouldn't they be committed in even year elections as well, and vice versa? If they're committed every 4 years, does that make them less important as a voter that may vote every year or every 2 years? So we had that kind of conversation. There were comments that a 4-year term means your heart is truly into it. There were comments about it's difficult to find people to run for a 2-year term for mayor. The cost of campaigns has skyrocketed. Their gut reaction was for 4 years for mayor. If you're only there for 2 years, one commissioner said, if you're only there for 2 years, there may be a subcommittee that takes longer than 2 years to come up with a recommendation. And I thought that was pretty relatable to me. There was conversation about people who really wanted to do it, who've invested in the community and their heart was in it. Another commissioner said, I agree that a presidential year, people get involved with the excitement of it all, and 2 years is not enough. You're right back in the campaign cycle after 1 year. It doesn't allow you to focus on the work. Commission consensus at that time, by verbal indication, when called upon, was 4-year terms for mayor with 2-term limits and a 2-year term in between. As you notice on Section 3, it passed with 2 dissenting votes and 3 affirmative votes. And you can see the details in your executive summary. So that's the explanation of how we got there, and happy to. Yeah, that's all I got. He was, yes.
No, not for the vote. For the meeting, he was just talking about he was. But when they came back at their.
vote?
No.
No.
Do you have any idea what way he was leaning?
I do. I do have an idea. I watched the video, and it's on the video from February 13th, and he was supportive on February 13th. But again, sadly.
After 4 years?
Yes.
Are we sure about that? 'Cause
Yeah, I'm positive about it.
Yeah,
just members of the.
I rewatched it. That was my understanding.
That would surprise me.
Yeah, that surprised me too.
Y'all didn't go back and watch it?
I watched the final
There's
meeting.
YouTube transcripts too, if you want to go down.
It's on the city's website.
Yeah.
Mayor? can I-
I've got things to say, but I'm willing to let other people go first.
Could we split the difference and go for 3 years?
That's where I'm going to end up here in a minute. And some of this stuff, I just pulled the comments from 4 years ago.
Okay.
And there's concerns. What I ended with last time is, and you'll recall I was against term limits too. I don't care how long somebody serves as mayor. I think they need to earn it every 2 years. I think 4 years is too long. I did look at cities up and down the corridor, and I think we're the only city who has mayor different term length than council members. So for 3 years, council and mayor is Leander, Georgetown, Round Rock, Kyle Butte, and New Braunfels. Cedar Park has 2 years for each, so that's a lot of turnover there. I wouldn't suggest that. And then 4 years are Austin. Seguin is a max of 2 terms, and San Antonio, I believe, is 2 years with a max of 4 terms. I heard there's been some changes there. I'm going to ask y'all maybe, instead of a 4, to consider a 3-year term. And that way, every other election is going to be in an odd-numbered year, which lets somebody get a real chance to run for office.
Can you elaborate on that? What
Yeah.
do you mean?
Yeah,
that?
I'm going to. I got a
Okay.
whole lot left here.
Well, just that particular point.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Okay.
Is that we've talked about making it easier to run for office. We made a good start on that by limiting the amount of money that you can raise, et cetera. But whenever you're talking about, okay, y'all, I have run 9 times and won 8. So I have done 3 years in a May election, 1 in an odd year, which is like the May election, where you don't have mayor, governor, congresspeople, Senate, legislators, et cetera. It is hard to get, and many of y'all know this, signed locations, donations, and volunteers in even-numbered years because the focus is honestly not on us. So whenever you're in an odd-numbered year, which is more like the old the old May, is that we don't have that kind of competition. We get focused and people can learn about the candidates and learn what they stand for. Because there's a lot of people who are voting in the even-numbered year elections, and they're really focused on everything else, everybody else that's on the ballot. We do have, every odd-numbered year, there's 2 council members up. Am I unaware of something? There's 2 council members who are up, and for the last, as far back as I went and looked, there's always constitutional amendments, there's like the Swift water funding, there is something to vote on in November of odd-numbered years. So I can go through with a lot of numbers, the undercounts, et cetera. But I really believe that 4 is too long, but I could go with 3. So there's where I am. So let y'all speak, and then we go around the table. I will ask you 2, 3, 4, whichever. Did you have something you wanted to say?
I think she asked first, but if not.
Okay, sure, Ms. Garza?
Oh, no, I appreciate you elaborating. I don't share that at all. I don't share that experience, and I don't share that perspective about that it's like easier or like it makes it easier for people to run a bit. But again, I know you've run
And the odd
and
years.
won, right. I think that like bigger elections bring more exposure and more opportunities for local candidates to piggyback off of already set and frequent community forums, right? It's like, I feel like it's just a matter of whether that candidate wants to capitalize on that and put themselves out there. So that's just as my perspective. If anything, that makes it easier, right? Getting the buzz on like local elections when there isn't anything sexy on the ballot, I'm sorry, like that's just not it. But I'm at 4.
You're at 4?
Yes, and then, yeah, that's what I got, 4. I'm sorry, Mayor, did you have a
Well,
response?
If you have something, jump in.
I don't mean to interrupt. I did want to just say that we also discussed three-year terms for mayor. We discussed turnout numbers specifically, and we looked at some numbers from elections. We had asked our staff to produce the turnout, voter turnout. For 2021, for instance, we had 3,800 votes for each council place. 2022, we had 17,000 for mayor. 2023, we had 3,900 votes. And 2024, we had 23,000. So what we looked at was we looked at the turnout in terms of those that choose the elected officials, and, you know, is it better to have a lower turnout? It probably does make it easier, but is that the best thing for the community going forward? We did discuss it. There was not consensus to do three-year terms, specifically because there would be odd-year elections with super low turnout. That's why we put a recommendation starting in 2028, and then every 4 years after that, so you'd have the president, you'd have the highest turnout of any election choosing the mayor of the city. That was the point.
Right. Yeah, I just had one more thing. I think that there's like a new, or like a changing collective consciousness when it comes to the importance of local elections alongside national elections. Like, I think that even when you look at how our local neighbors mobilize to get out the vote, like you just see them more energized when they can make those connections between like the federal, the state, and the city. And now more than ever, we have to focus on the interconnectedness of that. But also, I mean, the numbers are right there. Like, do we want, I mean, if you're gonna be an elected official, you might wanna be able to say that with your whole chest, like 3,800 versus 17K, like, come on. Like, that's, but yeah, but I appreciate that. I figured, but hearing the numbers.
Well,
Mr. Gonzalez.
Mayor, I just think that 2 years is more accountability for that mayor's position. And the reason is, if you've done a great job, I don't see a problem with you winning again, or
This
she
isn't
or he.
about me.
No, she or he, or whatever.
But who has the chance to prove themselves in 2 years if you
No.
haven't been in office 100 years?
Well, back when we had it back, was it in March, many years
May.
back? May.
First, like the school board still does, it's the
Right.
first Saturday in May.
We had a more, in my opinion, a more sobby voter turnout of who they wanted to vote for. You know, that's my take. I'd rather stay with the way it is now, 2 years. Plus,
You're saying 2?
3 years, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's all I have for now.
Yeah, what happened when we were with the school board in May is you had a San Marcos-centric people paying attention, and they got to know their candidates. And the turnout wasn't the same in November, but the people who were interested really got to know, and they knew who they were voting for.
What do you mean by San
next.
Marcos, like the ballot? The
Well,
people
it
on
was
the-
San Marcos School Board and San Marcos City Council,
On the-
and
on the
not
May.
county, and not state, not federal. That's what I meant by San Marcos-centric.
So I had a question on turnout, and I don't even know if y'all asked this or know this, but the number of election sites on odd number elections versus presidential versus even gubernatorial, does that change typically?
The number of,
Of
I'm sorry.
actual election sites, like places where people can go vote,
I don't,
and what they are. So I know that this isn't the same kind of scenario, but I know in my election there was one election site for the runoff and
right.
and multiple for the general election, and the explanation reasoning being because they had a lower anticipated voter turnout for the runoff, that it wasn't financially feasible to have the entire city have election sites. But do we, and it's more out of curiosity, but do we have that same train of thought for?
I mean, I'll let the mayor address it, but I do believe that the number of polling sites are similar in off-year versus even-year elections.
I think so because.
Might be a few more, maybe, with the even year.
There might be one or two fewer in the odd, but because of the state constitutional amendments that are on there, et cetera, and in order to focus on charter, we make charter in odd-numbered years. I think the voting sites are probably the same, but it might be hard to tell because, you know, we've gone from election day, you had to vote in your precinct, then when they went to voting centers, and then some things changed with voting centers. I'm not sure we could actually say what's been consistent for very many years, because there's been other types of changes. I think they're about the same.
I was just wondering, because that's something that would be of concern to me, because we already know that there's going to be less turnout, but then if we also make it more difficult for the people that want to vote, it's like a double whammy.
Yeah, but since it's
but-
not just us,
Right.
and it's a state, I think
Yeah.
there's some kind of, you know, influence to make sure that people can vote for the state items. Okay.
Yeah. I still don't know the answer to the question, though. I definitely, I don't think I agree with doing the 3 years. I can see the arguments for both 2 years and 4 years, though. So that's where I'm torn.
Okay, I can come back to you if somebody else is ready to
Sure.
state their preference. Are you ready?
Yeah, absolutely. But the truth is, I mean, of course, I'd like to say 2 years, like Mr. Silva Gonzalez would. 3 years, I was just trying to break the difference to satisfy both sides who have valid points on it. But as a resident, as a voter, I want my mayor to bust their butts every single year. Because the truth is, and we've got 7 of us up here, the leader is the mayor. The leader of the town is the mayor. The end result is the mayor. No matter who's in that position, they are the leader of the city. They are the face. So I want that mayor to be doing block walking every 2 years, every 3 years. I want that mayor to earn that position. So yeah, I'd like to, whichever stands 2 or 3 years.
Something that I didn't get to, because I wanted to make sure I was responding to Ms. Garza, is one of my concerns about the 4 years is, again, we talk about people running for office and wanting to have, you know, a number of choices. And one of those is, I'm not so sure that a lot of people who are kind of sticking their toe in that water are going to want to commit for 4. They may do 2. They might do 4 if elected on all of these. They may go, I don't know that I want to do 4 more. You know, I'm okay with 6. We've had 2 mayors in recent years do 6 years. And so 3 terms, 6 years. And so that was something else that I was concerned about, is I think it would limit the pool of people wanting to run if you made it 4 and made that long commitment, because mayor is a lot of time. So I didn't mention that earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also don't.
So you're at a
think
2?
That is.
2, maybe?
2 or
see
3,
that.
whichever we can
Okay.
move towards. Yes, ma'am.
It can be looked at several ways. That's just what
Yeah.
I've heard.
That's interesting perspective.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez,
I think Councilmember Scott was ready.
are you ready?
Oh, I can say it. I was,
Whichever one.
number one, I think council and mayor should all be 4 years.
Me too.
4 for everybody.
4 like Wendy's. Oh, they got rid of that.
4.
Well, what I
I'm not a
proposed
Wendy's fan.
several years ago is that we all, that the council be 4, and that we do it in odd-numbered years to get the focus on there. And I think, on year 8, you were one of the ones that said, no, 3 is good. So, anyway. Okay, I've got you down for, the question right now is for mayor, and so I've got you down as 4. I need to hear from Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez.
You want to take it? You always do the tiebreaker. But I don't even know. Let's see, we have 3 for 2?
We've got a
What did you
2,
decide?
4,
Well, 3 for.
2, 4, 2. But we got a couple of us that could go 3.
Wait.
Okay.
I could go through.
You're for 4.
I'm for
4.
I had a clarifying question, Mr. Gonzalez. I kind of just like zoned out. But you were talking about how you really want them to earn their vote, right? Like block walk it. So I guess it's like you landed on 2 or 3, and you think that that's gonna make them earn their vote? I'm just trying to like make the connection because I zoned
It
out.
has been for years. The thing is, if we start doing it, where general elections, where we start having president and all these other things, you're going to have individuals that just go out there and they're going to primarily go out there for the president, and they may be nilly-willy, and by the time they get down to ours, they're just going to vote for whatever they want to, where I feel that if you get more engagement with the mayor who's actually out there every single day, not just putting their name on a list that says, hey, vote for us because we're R or we're Ds, work for it. Get out there, and again, you are the leader, so you should be held to higher standards. You should be working harder because this job does take more than just 40 hours by itself for what we do. You know, you've got just events and everything.
And,
Yeah.
okay, I don't constantly campaign. I don't feel that the 2 years means you're constantly campaigning, because you don't have to be. And you said something about campaign donations and being beholden to.
That was one of the comments that was brought up by a commissioner. Well, actually, it was referred to several times. Not that it's a constant campaign for 2 years, but it is a service for a year, and then it's an election year.
Period.
And elections cost money, and not everybody has money to self-fund a campaign. So there is a need for certain members of the council, if they wanted to run for mayor, you're going to have to go raise the money.
Right.
I don't know if you got the money laying around, but
I don't
So
know
that
who
was-
I don't know who
I don't.
self-funds. I don't.
Right, but I do
I'm
think
sorry?
that
I said, I don't know who self-funds, because I don't.
I do think that, I think it's important to name that there is a perception that you are, I guess, more financially well-off than others, or that like if you had to, you could self-fund your campaign, right? And so I think that's important to name, because that might be like an assumption or something that does shape the community conversation around it. Like, I don't think it's a big secret.
Well, now we're
that-
focusing on somebody individual here. I'm sorry, I got to break.
Right, I know, but we, like, to disconnect them is delusional, right? Because it's like, even when she's given her experience, like, I've ran and won X amount of times, it's always going to be interconnected. Like, the community conversation, they're always gonna interconnect us with the, like, so, I think you're trying to block what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying.
Or like, make it not personal, but I do think it's like an elephant in the room, and I just want to name that. So I hear you. But yeah, I think that is part of the conversation that a lot of people have. But then again, I haven't checked all my colleagues' bank accounts. I don't know, like.
You don't want to see mine.
And to be clear, we didn't, our conversations were not about any particular council member. It
Right,
was
I
just
said
in general.
community conversation,
No, I got
It
not-
was the conversation about the process. There were questions presented to me since I had been through it, and how much it costs, things like that, so.
Right.
So I'm still
Oh, but thank you,
looking
Mr.
at the folks on the ends here.
Thank you, Matthew, for clarifying that,
The-
because I wasn't making the connection.
The newest members?
No pressure,
Well,
but
I mean, I think it is important as newer members who did run in a presidential election. There was some stats shared by both sides that I don't agree with, as it relates to interest going down the ballot. I understand undercounts, but there were many people I talked to who said, Amanda, you're the one thing on this ballot that I feel good about voting for, considering we saw who was on the ballot. I think local elections do bring people out regardless. I know stats were shared and those things. I also think, though, as far as comparing the cost to run a mayoral election versus the cost to run a council election, I don't agree with those stats either, because members in the community can make it a little bit more difficult to run an election when there's things said about you
Right.
that can convince people to vote one way or the other. Like, maybe you're painted as like a radical leftist like I was. You have to raise more money. You're having to hit more doors. You're having to clear. And I don't know if I agree with that. That campaign cost me a ton of money. Not me personally, because I couldn't afford it.
Right.
Thank God I had donors. But it was a ton of money, and it was still insufficient. So, I mean, and I was looking at the books between mayoral candidates and council candidates, we were raising not necessarily large amounts of difference, or like there wasn't a large difference in what we were raising. So, jeez. Well, for the record, I do support term limits. I think term limits are necessary. I think it's
We have them.
yeah, and I know that was mentioned earlier. I do support them though.
So what do you think about that? Now that you brought it up, I have a question. How does changing any of this affect term limits if we're changing the terms?
It won't, because what y'all proposed before was 8 years, 4 2s or 2 4s, and that remains the same, correct?
We proposed 8 years, 2 terms of 4 years, and then it was decided to stay at 2 years with
And
4
made four.
terms.
Right.
I will point out that those didn't begin until 2024.
I think it's 2023 for council, 2024 for mayor.
It was 22 for council.
22, okay,
24 for mayor.
right.
And so we tried to put this proposal off to a presidential year because, again, 24,000 people voted for mayor in the, oh, and by the way, for city council, it was 19,000. So it's,
Well, I
there's
guess
some undervotes there,
My
but
question about term limits is how it would be affected if we go to 3 years, since that's.
I'm sorry, say that again?
How would term limits be affected if we go to 3 years, since they're like
For
not
the
divisible by 8?
Council, it's three
No,
year, which
if
is
we
nine.
move the mayor to 3-year terms, like some of my colleagues are suggesting, does that just match the
It would
council
match 2 of them.
requirements?
Yeah, the mayor would run the same year.
No, what I'm saying is,
I'm sorry.
does the mayor now get an extra year and it'll switch to 3-year terms? Or like, in other words, right now we've capped it at 8 years. If we do 3-year terms, how do you get 8 years? How does the
You
mayor
don't.
serve
It
8
would-
years?
I assume it would be the 9 like we have for council members, correct? 3 3s?
we did not have consensus to support
Right.
3-year terms for mayor.
Yeah. So no need to even address that then.
Like, but
But I
that's
do
one
think
of our
it's a- I do
options. So I
think
mean,
it's an important
there's
question.
there's a possibility that we make it 3 years, and my
That's
question is,
true.
how does that affect term
Right.
limits?
I'm super unclear about that. Like, for example, when we changed the term limits, like, I guess the mayor, for example, like, you were like termed out, but like now you're not. Like now you can run again.
I wasn't termed out because
Oh,
it
you
didn't
were-
start until 2024.
Right, and so like, but like, I think even that was like a confusion when we were having those discussions originally, because we didn't have like this conversation that Lorenzo started, I think even that was confusing to people. So I do think it's important to talk about, like, if we're gonna make changes to the amount of years, like how does
When
that
does it
align
start?
with the term limits and when it starts and, like,
Right.
map it out?
The net
Oh.
with, and if I may, Mayor, obviously the net is that term limits are in place for council members at 3 years. That began in 2022.
3 terms.
3 terms, 3 years apiece. That began in 2022 because the charter election wasn't until November of 2021.
Right.
The 4 2-year terms for mayor began in 2024. So technically, it would be 8 years of service after 2024
Right.
would be the term limit. So if the council did 3-year terms for mayor, yes, you'd either have to limit it to 2 terms at 6 years total, or you'd have to limit it to 3 terms, so 9 years total.
And then even if we didn't do 3 years, if we did, as y'all are proposing, the 4-year terms,
4
but let's say we get a new mayor in 2026, so then they'll serve 2 years and then be able to get 2 4-year terms, so be able to serve a total of 10 years?
The term limits that we recommended would not begin until 2028.
So in
Right,
theory,
but
That's just what
in
we
theory,
recommended.
a
think
future
it's-
mayor could serve 10 years. The 2 years
Right.
in 2026 through 2028, and then get reset in 2028 and serve 8 years at that point.
Right, because y'all want it to go in presidential years, it starts
That's
in
correct.
2024, then 2026 would still be a 2-year term.
That's correct.
And then, okay.
Just like it was the last time.
Right, but also, one thing to note in here, is you've got a 2-year gap. If it's a 4-year term, it has to be a 4-year gap.
I
Yeah.
personally don't disagree with that.
I mean, it have to be, because you can't run again in 2 years.
Right.
Yeah. So we'll have to figure, but last time.
Can Mr. Aguirre address that?
I
Because
mean,
that
unless
was
you
a-
recall the mayor resigns, then they could run in the special election.
We made
That's-
that harder.
And I got questions about that here before it's all over with. I'm sorry, you had a question for Mr.
I was
Aguirre?
just, if Mr. Aguirre
I
can
agree with
address
the
that.
mayor on that. I think that makes sense. We didn't really discuss that in that much detail on that point, but as you
It's
mentioned.
gotta be a
it,
4-year gap.
I think
It'd
that's.
be a
If it's
4-year
4,
gap.
if 4 passes. Okay, so I've still got 2 of you that I know you're contemplating, but at some point, it would be helpful to have a number.
Mayor.
1, 5, 12, 2, 3, 4.
I'll go 4.
Mayor, are we allowed to, if, let's say we split the difference to go 3 years, could we at that point say, okay, you know what, if we're gonna go for 3 years, then let's make it a 3 consecutive terms limitation after the mayor?
If we
Can
end
make
up
those
with 3,
adjustments?
we'll have that conversation.
Okay.
If we had 4 people saying 3, then we'll figure that out.
You know, Mayor, what I saw during the election is a lot of folks, it was really hard for them to go through all the lists, looking for some individuals. And some just got tired, they said it was too long. By all the names, that's what I mean by the list.
Oh my gosh, they vote.
One of my favorite campaign slogans was Mr. Scott. Vote for me, I'm the last name on the ballot.
That's
Mr.
right.
Scott's a smart man.
Right.
And let me tell you, it got people's attention.
worked.
I think the people who heard that may have gotten to the bottom of the ballot.
Yeah, and just voted for him and left.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
I have heard a lot of punny things like that. I think, I hear you, Mr. Gonzalez, especially for like our older neighbors, like, you know. But I also think that that is candidates' responsibility. Like, if we are passionate about democracy, we have to, you know, help them out. Like, go to the bottom.
Yeah, but
You're-
this candidate, I mean, these people that going to vote, it's hard enough to get them there to start off with.
Well,
And to make it a task to stay there
yeah.
30 minutes,
and now that straight ticket voting is gone,
yeah, and
you've got to go through the whole ballot, just pointing
Right.
that out. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, no pressure,
But you're the tiebreaker.
but you're for.
But wait, with the caveat that we fix the language on here as it relates to the 2-year break.
Yeah, they'll take care of that. Okay, if we had stayed if we were at 2, that would mean this wouldn't go on the ballot. We have 4 people who do want to go to 4 years, which means it will go on the ballot. Y'all will fix that one thing. And is there anything else that we need to discuss on this?
Wait, can you explain that again?
Go
So-
4.
Yes, there are 4 people who said they want 4 years. That would be Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Garza, Mr. Scott, and Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez, all said
What do we
4.
bring up the fact of maybe including council too, though?
Well, I'd like to do one thing at a time, so I can certainly ask that question. I want to make sure we have this one that the Charter Committee Review Committee has brought to us, that we have got this one resolved, and it looks like we have. So 4 years will go on the ballot, which means the people will decide. So we'll see.
And Mayor, we'll also include the 4-year gap, because that makes sense what you were saying.
Yeah,
That
it
that
has
was
to
an
be.
oversight on my part. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure you
Well,
understood. The commission,
last time we almost made some other mistakes because we changed it up here. Okay, so
Thank you,
Mr. Scott is now asking, what about 4-year terms for all? So if y'all like, I can just go around the table real quick and ask about 4-year terms for council. Would that be in order now? Because they're making some recommendations, but we still figure out what we're going to put on the ballot, correct?
that's correct, Mayor. The council has
Okay.
prerogative to,
And I'll just
To
ask.
modify.
I'll just ask that question. Council terms of 4 years. Then we're going to have to figure out how all that shakes out. I got you down, Mr. Scott. You're the only one I have down on this one. I'm going to say I'm a no.
Yeah, I'm a no also.
Okay, Mr. Mendoza is a no.
I will tentatively say I'm a yes, but depending on how we work out who runs when.
I know, that's going to take a whole figuring it out. Okay, I've got everybody over here. What about folks over here?
I'm a no as well.
You're a no, okay.
Mayor.
You're consistent.
Yeah, that's said no to them, yeah.
All right.
I'm like, whatever Lorenzo said. Like, yes, but then also, what a chore to go and like remix it all just to see where it all
Yeah.
aligns.
We'd have to figure that out. Ms. Rodriguez?
Huh?
Council, 4
No,
years.
no.
You're a no?
No.
Okay. So,
Damn, y'all just want to make the mayor run for 4 years. That's
There.
crazy.
what? Okay, so we only had 3 people who wanted the 4. We got with the 4s, the 3 didn't make it, so we are basically going with the recommendation from the Charter Review Commission, and we will move on to item 4, please, Mr. Tomatis.
Reduce the minimum number of council meetings during a calendar year from 22 to 20. I believe that was a request of the mayor.
It was.
And the council, and we supported the ability for the council to adjust their schedule as needed.
Thank you. Council, we sent this to them. Are we still good with that?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Everybody's good. Okay.
Wait,
please.
that was for the summers of it all, or what was it?
No, we went from 24 to 22. I think it was at Mr. Tomati's suggestion years ago, which was a good one, so we could take off a couple of meetings in the summer. This was what I brought forward. So if we wanted to skip the one, some councils skip the meeting of election week, but
Oh,
also.
that's right, I remember now.
The first one in January means somebody's having to put that agenda together, and I wanted to give.
Right.
But this is letting us spend them how we would like, but that was my suggestion, is to want to go
Gotcha.
to the 20.
No, yeah, I
We're
just
still good
wanted
with
a
that?
reminder, yeah.
Okay, thank y'all for your support. Please continue, Mr. Tomatis.
Number 5 was amend Section 309 to limit the number of meetings in which a council member may participate by video conference to 3, with allowances for additional participation by video conference under circumstances defined by ordinance, such as during declarations of disaster or when a council member is ill. Currently, our conversation revolved around, there is no prohibition for a council member to get elected and never show up for a meeting. They have to participate in meetings. They never have to show up in person. There's no prohibition for a council member who relocates out of the city, but yet retains their homestead exemption or their driver's license, isn't really participating with the community in terms of city meetings or neighborhood meetings or other in-person things that happen. You all know how many things you do outside of the city
Right.
council meetings. So there's no prohibition against it. We have seen situations where it caused some concern within the community. We asked our city attorney to bring back language of how it would read with a blank on the number of Zoom meetings, I guess, for lack of a better term, that council members could Zoom in on. The consensus was 3, but that was something that we had consensus for the idea and the proposal. We just had to define a number, and that's what we came up with. And again, we went around the table verbally, and that's how we came up with the number 3.
Okay. We need to insert the word "of" to be limit the number of meetings. And also, this short version does not say what time frame, but I did find in the edits that this 3 is per year, correct? Because this just says 3, and I didn't know if it was 3
Yeah,
for their entire
in a calendar
term
year.
or what.
The intent
It's
was
in
3
a
per
calendar
year.
year.
Yeah, but
In
it's
the-
not in the short one right here that we're looking at.
Right, in the text that's in the packet, there's
Yeah,
a
that's
further
what
one.
I just said.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
where I found it. But
Yes, ma'am.
I want to make sure that folks here who are reading up here, the folks at home, need to know that that was per year. My question is, what do we do if we get to the 4th time? Do we not count them present, but yet they'll show up in votes? How do you enforce this one? Because I like it, but how do we?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
talked about enforcement. That was an issue that came up, and then we referred to the charter of, the language in the charter of council enforcing its own rules.
Okay.
You know, there is a process, there's other things that sometimes come up with council that requires the council as a body to weigh in on. It doesn't happen that often, and it's certainly not something that a council takes lightly. We didn't feel like we had the authority, or we didn't feel like it was appropriate for the charter to spell out exactly what that would be, but that we would, you know, lean on the council to, again, make its own rules and enforce its own rules as a body. And that's not uncommon for things to come up from time to
No,
time.
and I don't disagree with that also, but at some point, we would have to make rules, and I was just wondering if y'all had suggestions on what those would be, and I'm not sure how council
There
is
are-
going to enforce those rules.
Yeah, there are a couple of suggestions in these proposed charter amendments that we, on purpose, left the rulemaking, the ordinance-making next steps to you all if they pass.
And part of that is this notion of y'all are elected officials, and it's always a little bit dicey territory for council members to be removed from office, right? But so one of the things that's in the charter is under 3.17, it doesn't apply to this provision that's proposed, but just to give you an example, city council shall have the authority to expel any city council member who is absent 3 consecutive regular city council meetings. But what does that mean to, even there, that's a little bit unclear. What does it mean to expel? Permanently? To remove from office? It doesn't really say to remove from office. So, again, this is something council could look at, sort of like its current policy on, you know, excused absences for board members that we currently have in place.
And maybe he doesn't get his stipend for that month, I don't know.
That's a good thought as an option, but that's something we can determine
Right.
later. But sometimes before I vote on something, I kind of want to know, well, what are the ramifications of that? But generally, I do like it. I'm glad y'all came up with this.
And that really was the concept, to let council sort of decide for itself how they should govern themselves, because that did
Right,
come up
because that
about
opens a whole other can of
penalties.
worms, because a lot of times
does.
people can be present, but are they present, right? You know, I don't know. I feel like some of my constituents rather me zoom in than be asleep up here physically. But, I mean, that's just
I'm guilty on that for last
some
week.
members of my.
I was ill.
Okay.
I also had a question about what a council meeting is. So we're talking about the 6 o'clock regular meetings,
Yeah,
with
we
special
were-
meetings, executive sessions, work sessions, not count to
The wording in the packet for the proposed amendment is talking about the regular meetings. As proposed right now, you know, we do have situations where, because of jobs and whatnot, some council members need to participate in, like in our work session by Zoom. So the way the wording was in the packet was regular meetings, but,
Well, yeah, because if something happens, you get the work session at 3, the regular meeting at 6, that probably shouldn't call that 2. I mean, it would be, but, you know, you can't be there. If you're not going to be there, you're not going to be there, so.
Wait, what?
Or if you need to Zoom, you need to Zoom, so, yeah.
so
I wouldn't want to give somebody 2 demerits.
Right. So
Promise Monday.
council meetings are regular meetings or the
6
work
o'clock.
sessions? Okay.
regular meetings is what, is the way
Only
it
applies
had
to
been
the
drafted.
regular meetings. What about special meetings, vision?
That would be up to council if they want to extend this to
Okay.
beyond regular meetings.
But your proposal is regular?
I think the intent was regular meetings.
Okay.
Because regular meetings are the ones that the public is most involved in.
Scheduled way in advance?
Yeah, everybody knows, I mean, you have a year in advance to know when they are. We really did not want to be too presumptive to spell out what
Okay.
should happen if someone violated it. But I
So
will let you
This
know
will
that.
allow, yeah, some
Okay.
workshops or executive sessions, for example, that wouldn't count against
Right, okay.
this rule.
Just looking for clarity, Mr. Mendoza.
Did you guys discuss if it's somebody, let's say they have to Zoom until 6:30, or let's say they have to leave for a family emergency or something happens, they have to leave at 10?
I think the intent of this was to specifically spell out, because there was no prohibition against it, that there was a potential for abuse. And it's not that, certainly someone could have surgery. That's all covered under the excused absence policy. There's always a time when,
Is that you said that that something was drafted, or
I'm sorry?
is that a draft policy?
That is a drafted policy that you have, yes.
Well,
I
I
didn't see
think,
It's an ordinance.
we have it for boards and commissions.
Yes, and so the idea that we talked about is to track a similar concept for like FMLA type of excuses.
So that's like
And
assuming
so
that
this
people have
would
health
be
insurance and can
by
get doctor's
ordinance,
notes.
we would establish by ordinance what are those excused, and I hate to use the word absences, what are those allowable reasons to participate by video conference?
Well, and the thing is, let's see where this is gonna go, and if it does go, then we can talk about, let's see where this goes first. Did you have anything else, Mr.
I have some
Titus?
clarity on excused absence, at least what was provided to us as we were going through the discussion. Excused absence means an absence that results from a medical reason of a member or a relative of the member, child care for newly born or newly adopted child during the first 8 weeks of the child's life, family emergency, or jury duty.
Right, but, Mr. Gary, I think that's just for boards and commissions, correct?
Right, but that would
Yeah,
be the
okay.
same concept, that was the idea.
Well, we would need to define
That's
that we're
correct.
referring
We would
that,
actually
okay. Okay.
adopt
I'm
an
good with it.
ordinance for council to mirror that.
And I need to get with Ms. Rodriguez.
I guess my question for the medical reason, what has been, has there been any trends when it comes to the forms of verification or proof that have been submitted from individuals from boards and commissions? Like, is it a doctor's note? Is it a pinky promise? Is it like a?
Promise.
You want me to weigh in?
Oh, you certainly.
No, I'm asking whoever's
Yeah.
in charge of soliciting those excuses, right? Because
Oh,
the idea is that that's a practice
Per
right now.
commission, the chair, the liaison, I don't know that if people have to turn in a doctor's note.
That's never been the requirement for
Yeah.
excused absence. I think typically it's typically a communication with the mayor. I'm not here, I'm sick, I'm recovering from surgery,
Right.
whatever. And that's enough. It's just, this is not a punishment. It's just
Right.
buttoning up what is a pretty loose end.
Right, I'm just trying to think of the situation I think that some of us came to mind when you talk about abuse and like if people leave, right, the community, like what would have stopped that individual from being like, I have a cough, right? And I feel like, look, I'm just gonna say this, I don't think that medical reason and not outlining what that means is equitable, especially since like multiple of us have had lapses in health insurance because we took this position. But also, if there is a consensus to move forward with this, I think that it's important that we contemplate that in an equitable way. We talk all this game about how we want more people to run for office, we want to make it easier for them, and then we put barriers that I feel are inherently inequitable and outdated, such as limiting how folks can video conference or the amount, and also what the allowances for doing that are.
Well, let's see where we go. Let me go around the table. I think Ms. Rodriguez had something to say. Mr. Gonzalez over here had something to say. Mr. Gonzalez here has something to say. Okay. Ms. Rodriguez.
Appreciate the question on like what all is included in those excused absences. I think it's still, the scope of what are excused are a bit limited for me, actually a lot of it limited for me. the first thing that comes to mind is somebody who's immunocompromised, and given COVID and all of the death that happened after COVID, some people may not be able or comfortable to take meetings here with a mask on included. So
Right.
I'd really ask that if we're going to do this, because I'm all about ensuring participation. I think that's important. I think none of us disagree with that. It's a lot to show up here and do the work, and so I would really want us to look at codifying what that policy is. I haven't seen it. I need to pull it up or whatever. It might be already codified. It's
Well,
from
for
just
the boards and commissions, but that was the example, and that, the thought was to mirror that basically, because that council has seen fit to come up with those excused absences. And for video, it's a little different, you know, we're saying excused absence, but we're really saying an allowable reason to participate by video conference, because you're not really
Sure.
absent, but that's the concept.
Yeah, I just think
And
there's
the
so many
council-
what ifs under this. Like I think about even the example Mr. Mendoza made about, well, what about if I'm on the road from, like, I work legislative sessions. It is busy. I mean, we're talking like 14-hour days sometimes. If I want to make it to a council meeting, that may mean, well, I have to let my boss know, hey, I got to leave early, but I may not be able to leave early enough to make it to San Marcos in time. Maybe that's I'm on Zoom till 7 o'clock. Under this policy, it'd be unclear to me if that's a violation. And so I hear you on like prohibitions.
I think the intent was that you know, you are present at some point during the meeting. I think
Physically,
that-
right? We're
I think
talking physical presence.
disasters, and things that occurred after the last major disaster we had, which was COVID, was our understanding would be an excused absence as well. Even though.
Sure, but let's use that.
You're not absent, you're just not in the room.
Yeah, let's use that though. There's not a disaster declaration anymore. There should be, in my opinion, but there's not. That excuse, let's say I use the excuse I gave earlier where, hey, I'm immunocompromised. I may live with somebody immunocompromised. That is my situation. My mother is immunocompromised. Maybe I'm just not comfortable. I want to run for council. I think it's important. I want to participate. But maybe I'm not comfortable coming here. That disaster
I
declaration
think that's covered
isn't-
under medical reason.
How do we prove that if I can't get a doctor's note because I
think-
don't have health insurance?
I think that it's, well, I think that it's
Because I
up-
personally don't have
I think
health
it's up to the city council and to the mayor and the city council to set their own rules and come to
Yeah.
an agreement on what
That's
those
the
rules are.
intent.
Yeah,
That
from-
council would adopt an ordinance
For me,
defining those things.
right now, putting this explicitly in our charter, given that we can only review it every 4 years, I'm a little bit weary of it as written.
Maybe it's something that we could, I get their point, and I get the deal about charter, et cetera, that maybe we could come up with something and put it in an ordinance and figure it out, because I agree with where y'all were going with that. I truly feel
Definitely.
we're best when everyone is here, and there are sometimes reasons that people are not gonna be here. I do feel that there's some times when maybe people could have been, just for whatever reason weren't, and did a Zoom, but regardless.
Yeah, like,
But
is an
but-
excuse like, hey, I'm feeling super depressed today, can't make it out, I'm stuck in my bed. Things happen, and I know, like, I'm just throwing hypotheticals, but that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. There's too many hypotheticals right now for me, so I'm a no.
Yeah, and then it's also, maybe, I like that suggestion, Mayor, because then we can talk about other things, which is, we have, in citizen commentary, some of our neighbors point out that some of us are not present, as in we're like zoning out. And I'm not throwing shade, like, I don't know anybody's like workload, mental capacity, like, I don't know what's going on in their life. I personally think, let me know and I'll tap you so you could wake up. But I think that there is that concern as well, but I don't have any ideas on how to police
Okay.
that.
I need to go down here. I'm gonna remind everybody, it's 8:53, and we're on item 2 of our agenda this evening.
We'll make some
Can I
comments.
finish
Were you
my-
done?
No, I
with your
never started.
comments? No, with your comments on this?
I have one more, but
Okay.
it's quick and fast.
Quick.
I just want to, exactly what she said I was going to say. when it came to compromise immune system and things
Right.
of that nature. But it seems like we got it covered, and we're gonna
Well, we
look into it a
don't,
little
we
bit further.
don't know yet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go around the table. I'm gonna ask two questions. Do you want the charter? Do you want to follow up and talk about it as an
Gotcha.
ordinance, a local rule? That's the way I'm gonna ask for it. Mr. Gonzalez, you wanted to say something?
Well, my question was, obviously, we can't figure these details out, and even for the rest of the things on this list, do we need to have all the details hammered out before we submit? Like, are all the details gonna be on the resolution
No.
or whatever?
It won't be on the ballot, and I, like you, am a little unsure of how I want to support this or not if I don't know what all those rules are gonna be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, I feel like a council member simply saying, "I'm sick," should be good enough. And if, you're sick 40 times in your 2-year term, then you can explain that to the voters when you're trying to run for reelection.
Exactly.
Period.
So I don't think we need to ask for doctor's notes or
Okay.
specialist opinions or whatever. You say you're
So-
sick, you're sick.
So I'm going to ask you to give me two answers. Do you want it in the charter? Yes or no? And then the next one is, do you want to talk about this further for maybe putting it in ordinance? Because I'm real concerned about unintended consequences if we put it in the charter. That's where I am. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be a no and a yes. Mr. Scott, you're where?
No.
He's a no and no. He's given me two answers. I have you as a no for the charter. What about further discussion?
Come to me last.
Okay,
On the second one, the latter.
okay. Mr. Gonzalez, where are you?
I'm a no and a yes.
No and a yes. Ms. Garza?
Hold on, I'm trying to.
Okay, no, I'll come back.
Master the art of this.
Okay, Ms. Mendoza?
I'm a yes and a yes.
You're yes and yes, okay. All right, now I need to hear Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. Rodriguez on the second part, and Ms. Garza.
Wait, can you tell me where everybody's feeling? I'm sorry, I'm trying to fill out this chart.
Well, I did the math already. It's already a no for the charter. We already have 4 no's.
We have 4 no's for the charter, that's correct.
But I just like to know.
Oh, well, right now, it's, Ms. Rodriguez is a no. Let's see.
Oh, Shane, okay, I got it, sorry. I get confused with the Gonzalez's, okay.
Yeah.
I am a no and, what was the second question again?
To possibly put it in an ordinance or to further the conversation about making it our own rule, but not in the charter.
Not right now.
Okay, so that's a no. Mr. Gonzalez, I need 2 answers from you, and I still need 1 from Ms. Rodriguez.
No and yes.
You're a no and yes, thank you. It is, there's only 1 yes for charter. To continue the conversation, we already have 4 yeses. That would be Mr. Gonzalez, me, Mr. Mendoza, and Mr. Gonzalez.
Then, yeah, I'm fine with discussion.
Okay. So that concludes item 5.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move along.
Yes, please.
Number 6 is amend Section 310 to require that regular city council meeting agendas include copies of minutes of the immediately preceding city council meeting together with an agenda item for consideration. This was to ensure a public record of council actions at the next meeting and that it is readily available and searchable by the public.
Yes.
100%, absolutely.
You're all yes?
Yes.
The only thing is, sometimes there's an issue, and it might have to go to the next agenda. They may not be ready for the very next meeting. It might be the next one. That would be an exception. But basically, you're a yes, 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 yes,
Yes.
for the next meeting, so that's what,
I guess, when did that practice stop? Because didn't we have that once upon a time?
Yeah.
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 Was there a rationale?
I don't know.
It was just when I became city clerk, it was a transition, and then we were cross-training, we got 2 petitions going on, and we're small office.
you're still short a staff member?
We do have 1 vacancy.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I just
Working
didn't.
on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay, item 7, Mr. Tomatis?
7 is amend Section 313 to improve the wording of a run-on sentence and to clarify that printed copies of the code of ordinances may be available for purchase at a reasonable price. I think we added the language at a reasonable price. Well, no, a reasonable price was there, or we added that,
You added it.
No.
Mr. Geary?
It was more the clarification. The reasonable price was there, but it was a run-on sentence that made it
There
sound
was an
like.
and/or that made it confusing.
Yeah,
No,
it was
y'all
just
did good.
confusing.
Y'all did good.
So that was primarily clarification, yes.
Okay, so let's see. Yes, yes, Mr. Gonzalez. Okay, I got yeses over here. I'm a yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're yeses here. Please continue with item 8.
8 is amend section 3.16 to acknowledge the authority of the city council to request or require audits of entities receiving funding from the city. Purpose was to set a standard ensuring that the city council may require, if they choose to, as a body, accountability for entities receiving public funds.
Question for Mr. Gary. Does this have to be in the charter in order to have this? Again, I get where you're coming from, and I'm good with it. I'm concerned about it being in the charter and
It's too
unintended
broad, yeah.
consequences.
I can,
Oh, go ahead.
let me just give you the context of our conversation was in 316, which already says audit and examination of books and city account and accounts.
City books and accounts, yes.
City books and accounts, so that there's a ability right now in the charter for the city council as a body to request, I think we used the word audits, but I know in our conversation, we talked about financial documents. It could be any level that the city council agrees. Right now, there's no stated authority in the charter for the council to even request that. You may have an entity asking for $500,000. You could probably ask, but there's no specific authority for you to do so written in the city's charter. We felt like it was good to have that in the charter. Doesn't mean you have to do it, it just gives you the authority should you choose to use it as a body.
Yes, it was more of a kind of an acknowledgement. In fact, most of our contracts where we get funding already have audit provisions, but the commission that's why they didn't make it a mandatory. It was more of an acknowledgement of your authority to do so, is what came out of the conversations.
So we could do it even without this?
Yes.
That's correct. This is just sort of an acknowledgement of that authority.
Like, I remember
That's what the
asking
conversations were.
specifically for this information for Sights and Sounds and the Lions Club when I was first elected, because those were the two things that a lot of my constituents were asking for. And I read in the contract that it said that we could do this, and I never got nothing. So it's like, but the unintended consequences there is like, I think I kind of let that go, and I just explained to my constituents that like it's a lot of work to have to fight for these documents when like the body wasn't feeling that request. But like even with that, I don't know, I feel kind of weird that it's just kind of open-ended, like there's no parameters to like what to request, right? Like I don't know.
Well, an audit is actually, I mean, it's a formal process. It's a formal process, and it's expensive for a small group.
Right.
And I'm concerned that if 4 people got ticked off at a group, they could really
That's
cause
my
them.
concern.
Right.
They could cause them a world of hurt.
Yeah.
That, I don't know, if this is just acknowledging that we can do it, and we can do it anyway, I'm not sure why it needs to, can you help me with that?
I don't think the intent was to require small entities that receive small dollar
I'm
amounts.
thinking
from
like
the city
HSAB.
For the word audit. I think that's the scary word.
Exactly.
It was more along the lines of the ability to request if they have, not to require them to do so, or you could require them to do so. Or it could be just an agreed upon financial agreement so that you know as a body the financial state of the group that you're offering money to
Yeah.
and how they use their money. It doesn't require, you have, as we were advised by the attorney, there is language in city contracts but that's generally accepted language in contracts. There's no specific ability written that I know of. I could be wrong, but there's no specific ability for the council to say, this is something that we would like as a body. And I will point out that if 4 people want to require that and it's not provided, well, 4 people can deny the funding as well. So 4 people have the power to do pretty much anything on the city council. So it is something that we felt was a tool to have in the toolbox, not to be used as a hammer all the time, but when you needed it, it's there. And in the charter, because you have related language like this in the charter for other things.
Right.
Just like with the I'm not gonna go back, but just like with the requirements for city council, I mean, you have specifics in the charter about how many meetings a city council member can miss before they're removed from city council,
It says expelled.
expelled.
Right,
And
no,
we
that's
called
actually a
that the
good point.
nuclear option, Mayor.
Yes.
We
Yes.
didn't see that as, but it's in there.
Right. No, I think I get what you're saying now. Like, I have seen this language in different contracts. I don't think we ever really talk about it. But it would have been helpful in one particular situation when we were trying to find out if this entity had like a nonprofit status and stuff. And then it kind of felt awkward because then it's like, are we asking them for like unreasonable document, you know? So I feel like what you're saying, like, this is just kind of giving us that authority, a blanket authority overall.
Yeah.
But we would set the
and-
parameters.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
was your intent that, in most, large organizations and even some small ones, they do audits anyway,
They're
501c3s,
doing
they
the
do it.
audits, yeah,
So
absolutely.
is it your intent that we would ask for a copy of the audit they've already done? Or to say, you've got to go get a new
Yes.
one?
No,
Okay.
it wasn't our
Because
intent to.
that's not clear.
Yeah, well, I think part of the issue on why some things might not be crystal clear to you right now, to the body, is because these won't be written until you approve them.
Right.
Once you approve them, Mr. Geary's gonna write the language in crystal clear legal fashion. This is a summary,
And just to clarify, in the
which you
draft,
will have the ability to amend as well.
the draft language that's in the text of section 3.16.
316 at the
It's
end.
audits in relation to the programs or services paid for with such funds too. It's like, our typical contracts, we're not just doing fishing, fishing expedition to find something. We're talking about the use of our funds, and we want to see that they were lawfully used. Because there is occasional fraud, right? Or the potential for fraud when you're, just like a bank, anyone who loans money to any party, it's not uncommon for them to want to see that those funds actually went for the purposes stated. So it's in relation to the things that are being funded. It's not just we want to audit all of your other programs that are funded by other agencies.
Well, something we started many years ago, at my suggestion, is for grants, arts, whatever, was before you apply for the next one, you have to tell us how you spent the last money. Now, it's not an audit, we're just going with what they said. If they say they spent 500 on advertising, we go with it. But at least we're getting something from them as to how did you spend the 5,000 we gave you or whatever. And that continues today with the human services also, which I think now has gone to reimbursement, so they have to provide information. I've got hesitancies on this one, but I need to go around the table so we can move the meeting along. So, Mr. Gonzalez,
If we can do it already, I'm a yes.
you're a yes?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm a yes.
Mr. Scott?
I'm
you're
a
yes?
no. Oh, sorry.
Okay, your turn.
I'm a no. I think we can do it on a case-by-case basis or like,
Yeah.
it just stresses me out.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yeah, no, I just think more things would have needed to be fleshed out, and I understand, it's gonna be turned into legal jargon and those things, but, I agree, there's not explicit parameters. And to your point, Mayor, I know the intention is good, but I mean, intent aside, there can be unintended consequences, and one of those may be somebody weaponizing that power. Our nonprofits around here are small, with the exception of some, working, I mean, I can speak from one, working with like 2-3 staff part-time. We already have auditing style, like you mentioned, how you spend your money and those things already required when you apply for grants with the city, and so, yeah, no,
Okay, sorry, no. Mr. Gonzalez, we're still on the one about acknowledging the authority of the city council to request or require audits of entities receiving funding from the city. We have 3 yeses on this side. Ms. Garza has said no. Ms. Rodriguez has said no. I'm going to say no because, as I understand it, we have the authority to do this anyway, correct? And so putting it in the charter ain't going to make any difference.
If the authority's already there, there's no need voting.
Okay.
Yes for it.
So we are 4 noes. Item 9, and I need to talk about us having a break, but maybe it won't take too long on the rest of them. Please continue, Mr. Spikes.
10 is item 602.
Wait, 9?
That's what
That
you
was
said.
9.
No, that was 8. Number 9 is the financial disclosure
For the referendum.
for a referendum and initiative.
I'm sorry, I'm on that. I'm on
It's
that.
not like you,
Yeah.
John.
I know.
Slipping.
He's usually on it.
9, amend Article
Yes.
6 to add a provision requiring a form of financial disclosure approved by city council identifying the sources of funding for referendum and initiative petitions. Our conversation simply revolved around the concept of whenever we have elections with city government, there is disclosure of where funding is coming from for advertising. We have had a few petitions and a few referendums, which we talk about here later in the process as well. But we felt that the city would benefit if the charter had a provision for some transparency to be determined. Sorry, we didn't flesh it all out completely, but that's not what we felt our role was.
Yeah.
But that would be determined by the city council in how that language would look.
So this would be similar to treating them like a special purpose committee, like when you got
Could be,
people
yes.
who band together to support a ballot initiative of some, we did one for the activity center
Yeah,
to
it
promote that.
very much could be that or whatever
Similar.
specifics you all choose.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gary.
Yeah, the comment I was going to make, and this applies to a couple of the other proposed amendments, is, the charter is the Constitution, so it tends to be high level, just like with the federal government. We have the Constitution, but then the statutes are enacted by Congress, and that's where the finer details are. And some of the things that the commission talked about were just like this, where it felt more appropriate to have council establish the parameters and not get so detail-oriented in the charter, and it's something that can only be changed through another election. And that's the idea on some of these. And so, again, it's the idea that the charter is going to require financial disclosure, but council then has the ability to set the parameters. And there are other existing provisions of the charter that are very similar to that. Like, we have a whole section on ethics in the charter, but then it defers to an ethics ordinance to lay out how that's going to work, a much more detailed ordinance. And that's pretty typical with the charter, to try and have a little degree of flexibility for the elected officials.
Right.
But, well, what if it's just a group of people that got together and there isn't anything?
Right. A perfect example is in Kyle. It's really just like such a random group of individuals that rallied to try to petition to, I think it was like remove health insurance from their city council or something. But like that wasn't like a super structured grassroots organization. I mean, you had people.
And it was a referendum?
Yeah, they were,
Okay.
yeah, it was like a whole ballot
I missed
initiative.
that.
But like they had hand painted signs and like on the street, right? Or like and just like, so to your point, Mayor, there's like smaller groups, like what are they gonna say?
I think certainly that's something
It's
that
weird.
the council could exempt. I think our
I guess they
concern,
could say we didn't have any money. We're not an organized group, but
Just like-
somebody would have to perhaps sign and state that.
yeah, just like with the, I think our concern was of
weird.
the highly funded groups that might come in from outside of our city, pay for a referendum,
Okay.
and to know how it was being funded and what was being funded, that
But-
type of thing.
Under those situations, aren't they required by state
Not
ethics to, if they're contributing more than a certain dollar amount to a referendum or ballot initiative?
And like in the bottom of their signs and stuff, it
It was
says,
like
Yeah.
political ad paid for by like,
Yeah, a special purpose committee is just like a candidate and follows most of the same rules. And you have to put the accreditation on the sign, et
so
cetera.
that's what I'm saying. So I
And you
mean-
have to do campaign reports, just like we do.
to the state.
Yes. That's correct.
So the big out-of-town people trying to pass referendums would already be legally required to disclose that information to
If
the
there
state.
was
No.
a special purpose
No.
PAC, but that's not always the case.
Exactly.
But if they
What
spend more
kind
than a
of
certain
groups are
dollar
they
amount, don't they have to register as a special
Not
purpose
to,
PAC?
there's no reporting requirement to us as a
Well,
city.
that's,
So if a single person wanted to spend $100,000 to remove me from office, wouldn't they, if they spent more than $500, have to register with the state as someone
That's-
spending more than $500 to remove me from office?
if you're spending money to affect, stop me if I'm lying, to affect the outcome of an election, then I
Well, no,
think you
like,
have.
to
Let me
actually
finish,
do a
please.
recall, was my
If
scenario.
you're doing it to affect the outcome of an election, I believe you do. But in order to do the petition passing around and all that kind of stuff, I don't know that qualifies.
oh, that's interesting, because
I
that
don't
costs
know.
a lot of money too, if done properly.
I'm sorry?
I just think that that's a good point, that's interesting, something I didn't consider, because even the passing around a petition could cost a lot of money.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah, paying people to hand, go around and get them signed, sure.
Right.
That's a question. That I don't know the answer to.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. I'm
Shall
on no on this. I just think it's weird. I think it's a barrier to democracy. It's unnecessary. But also to, like Lorenzo's example, if there's a group of my neighbors who want to get together to recall me and they want to raise $50,000, I don't care that they write out where they're getting their money from. Like, I don't want that to be a barrier for them exercising their right to recall me, right? Like, or anything. Like, I think that even like for writing out and filling out these forms, if there's a small grassroots organization getting together and they read that, they're like, oh my gosh, do we need attorneys? Like, how do we make sure we're on the up and up? Like, what if we don't report these 50 cents? And like, I just feel like that's too stressful for our neighbors. It's literally like a barrier to their democratic right.
I've got you as a no. Others, comments, ready to give me a yes or no? Mr. Scott is a no. I've got Mr. Mendoza as a yes. Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez?
I don't know, I feel like that's just more work for the city clerk, and I'm convinced that because a bad actor is gonna be a bad actor and not report to the state. I get that, but they're also if they're gonna be a bad actor, they're not gonna report to us either. So it's just making the good actors fill out more paperwork and making the city clerk's office process more paperwork, so no.
You're a no?
Yeah, I mean, so many people operate under shell companies anyway. I've seen it on the state level when it comes to like these big PACs. You can't really trace who the money's actually coming from. The people who know the system know how to abuse it. So what are we at? 4 already?
1, 2, 3. With yours, it's 4.
Adios.
Tell me yes.
I just want to say for the record, I'm really like, and I know my vote might contradict it, I am into financial disclosure. I just don't know if I want to address it right now. I do think we need to flesh it out, so right now, no.
Okay, you're a no. And Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm a yes.
You're a yes, but we only have 3 yeses, so that one will not go forward to the ballot.
Okay, item 10.
Speaking of referendum, petition, et cetera,
Item 10 was somewhat related because it is about referendums. This was to amend Section 602 to increase the time to file a referendum petition from 30 to 90 days after passage of an ordinance. We were hoping to allow more time and maybe have some transparency involved with it as well, but we'll take number 10, 30 to 90 days.
why is this after, why are we talking about a petition only after passage of an ordinance? Because usually the petition is to get an ordinance passed.
So.
But the
there are
referendum
two
is to
things,
overturn an ordinance.
or in the charter. So initiative petitions are, for example, establishing a new ordinance or creating something that's not on the books. The referendum petitions, as it's set up in the charter currently,
I
is.
tell you what, we've got 2 council members out. We're going to just take a 3-minute break right now and come back because everybody needs to hear what you're saying.
You need to be
So,
present,
It
if you
is.
will.
You got that right. So it is 9:20, and we will come back at 9:23. Y'all out there. We are back at 9:23, 9, that's when you're supposed to be back. We are now back at 9:23. Mr. Tomatis, please continue with item 10. I believe Mr. Aguirre was giving us an explanation. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It was the 30,
There we
60,
go.
and I needed some
Sorry,
help. I
the
need some
mic.
info.
Yes, we were talking about initiative versus referendum, and the initiative process can be instituted any time. And so that concept is, the group that's organizing the initiative petition already, they can kind of set their time frame, right? The idea of referendum is typically if council passes an ordinance, and there's some people, members of the public, who say, we're not so crazy about that ordinance, we want to have it repealed. That's kind of the referendum process typically, and in the discussions, it was like, well, man, you have to get that, under the charter is written, it's 30 days is all they have to get everything together. So that was the concept that, should there be more adequate
Okay.
time to do that? That was the commission's discussion.
Yeah,
All right.
Mayor, and if
Thank
I
you.
may, I did bring this, I did suggest it. It was really just about giving people a little bit more time to organize,
Okay.
so. And of course, our city clerk to be able to, have that time too
That's
versus a
the next
rush.
one.
That's,
Yeah, that's the
And-
next one, yeah.
And just the verification process, though, is the same across the board, whether
Mm-hmm.
under the proposed amendment or under the existing charter. The clerk still needs to
And
have
that's-
adequate time to count
And that's our next
petitions.
item. Let me finish this one first. So, are there any other questions? If not, I'll go
yes, I have
around
a
the table.
question. So
Go ahead.
I remember when I initially voted yes for this, my biggest thing was to align the referendum and the, whatever the other one is,
Petition?
Initiative.
initiative.
Oh.
Which this fails to do because if I remember correctly, an initiative still says 45 days. Because this wouldn't change the initiative process, correct?
That's correct. This is a referendum.
So I guess to answer your question, I'm a no on this as written, but if my colleagues are amenable to editing it to include initiatives and referendums so that one goes from 30 to 90 days and the other goes from 45 days to 90 days, and they both end up at 90 days, then I would be a yes.
Mr. Tomatis, did y'all discuss that?
I'm just looking at my notes. I don't think that we were focusing as much in 602 on initiatives because it's the power of referendum on 602. So I don't think we had a lengthy conversation about it. I don't know the ramifications of if it would be an issue or not, but maybe Mr. Aguirre could just
And I'm maybe I get some clarification as far as the initiative process. The way the charter reads right now, okay, and in 6.01, an initiated ordinance may be submitted to the council by a petition signed by at least 10% of the qualified voters of the city. And so,
There is no-
again, going to that concept of the organizers can begin that process at any time. And so the 45 days, then the clerk has 45 days, to count, verify the signatures. So there's no time limit set up in
Yeah,
that section.
that's
but-
why.
But then you go to the power of referendum, and it was giving people only 30 days after the passage of an ordinance.
So they have an unlimited amount of time to collect signatures?
In the referendum previously, it was 30 days after the date that the ordinance was passed that they had to produce this ridiculously large number of signatures. But with an initiative, there was no specific number of days that were defined that an initiative had to be submitted by.
Because they're really two different creatures.
That's why we did not change,
Okay.
align initiatives with the referendum.
Yeah, they're different creatures. Referendum is, you just adopted an ordinance and the whole town's in an uproar over it and they want to, do something about it. And the old provision is, oh, you only got 30 days to do that. But again, initiating a petition, power of initiative, really the organizers can just get that going anytime they want. And it's only when the clerk receives it.
Got it.
And then has time to count the votes.
They could have a
So-
year. They could be, okay, I see it. Does that, Mr. Gonzalez, you want me to come back to you?
Yes.
Give you a minute to look, okay. And Mr. Gary, while you're looking there, this does not affect anything in 604 B. Ms. Rodriguez? Your yes? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. Garza?
I have a quick question. I guess, maybe Amanda can answer this. What is like the talk at the Ledge regarding the, ballot initiatives and all this stuff? Like, aren't they,
Oh,
aren't
there's
they
several.
about
They hate
to-
that stuff.
Aren't they about to
The
like
le-
strip us from this
Yeah, the
ability
ledges,
anyways?
well, I mean, the bills that we're traveling through, I don't know off the top of my head where they are in the process, but the legislature hates ballot initiatives. They think that it allows, we're seeing it right now. They
Right.
think it's an overreach of local government.
One of them was to have to run it by the Attorney General first to make sure of the legalities, which isn't a terrible idea. And then there was another one that had to go to the Attorney General later about something, I don't remember.
Yeah, I was
Was it?
gonna say,
Yeah,
I
there's
think it's,
several.
yeah.
Okay, I was just curious. I mean, I'm impartial to, I don't care either way for this.
Okay. So what do you think? Give the people more time?
Sure, I don't.
And by the way, going to that is, to the extent any new state laws are passed that are counter to,
Yeah.
well, first of all, we may know before we
We'll
actually.
know before.
are at the
Right, I just don't
ballot.
want to confuse people if it's like,
Right.
But even now, under state law, if there's certain state law that overrides the charter, it overrides the charter whether it's in the charter or not. And then there are other state laws that say, if it's in the charter, you can override state law. But those are very explicit carve-outs.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go around this side. Mr. Scott, what say you? Was that a yes? Okay, Mr. Mendoza? Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez?
Sure, I won't die on this hill, but, so I think what I was confusing it with was a recall petition, because a recall petition allows 45 days. So a recall petition form supplied, so for a recall petition, the form needs to be supplied by the city clerk, and then it's valid for 45 days, so people have 45 days to collect signatures. So I don't think you should have 90 days to be able to undo what we did, but only have 45 days to remove us from office. If the citizens are gonna take action to do something, it should be a consistent number of days, regardless of what that number is.
Yeah, and Mr. Gonzalez, if you want to I think at the end of this, we're gonna propose like council-related charter changes. And so I know specifically, as Chair Tomides mentioned, this particular section is only about this limited scope. So perhaps in your future potential amendment, we can, focus on the
Right.
section that it is
Exactly.
applicable.
Well, my whole thing is I
Let's-
want things to align, and they're not gonna, so I guess I'll be a no on this.
So you're a no? All right. But we've got 6 yeses, so moving on.
Item 11 is amend Section 610 to increase the time for the city clerk to verify citizen petitions from 45 days to 60 days. We talked about various lengths of time, and these don't happen every week, so, they don't even happen every year, so it's not that common, but when it does, we felt a little bit more time would be reasonable.
Okay, we could go around the table real quick. Ms. Rodriguez?
Well, I guess on this, for continuity on days, I want to ask, this time frame as it's current, or do we have any statutory requirements as it relates to this? Like how quickly these things need to be done?
I'm not aware of anything that governs this
Okay.
section.
I'm cool with upping this to 90, I guess, since we already as a council. Or is that too long? I don't know, I don't
We
know the
discussed,
unintended. It's
It's
currently
45
45
now.
days. They're proposing 60.
And I know that was really rough. It was all hands on deck because you were down 1 or 2 people, I think, at the time, or somebody was out ill for vacation, something. So, yeah. Oh, Mr. Smites, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that we discussed various times. We landed on 60.
I mean, just for the record, I'm personally fine with 60. Since it was just brought up by my colleague, I'm fine with 60.
Ms. Trevino?
But
You're
that's
good with
also I
60?
didn't know if we were able to solicit her opinion, considering she's the one that processes it. So is 60 even sufficient?
It will be, it will be.
Okay.
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 So you're a yes? Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. Garza?
Sure.
I'm a yes. Mr. Scott? Mr. Mendoza?
Actually, I'm trying to see if we can move it to the 90 days like Mr. Gonzalez was requesting.
Yeah, I mean, if an unlimited number of people could take 90 days to get 10% of the citizens to
No.
sign a petition. Well, no, I'm saying
Okay.
if, because technically 1,000 people could go and collect signatures, and they still have 90 days to collect that 10%. Why are we expecting an office staff of 4 to verify those same 10% of signatures in 2/3 of the time?
Do you want to propose 90? I'll go around the table again.
Yeah, I want to propose 90.
All right, so we're going to go 90, and I'll start with you. You're a yes?
Yes.
Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
Mr. Scott? I'm a yes. Ms.
No.
Garza? Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm a no.
It's already 4, right?
No, you're a tiebreaker.
It's 3 and 3.
Oh, God.
No pressure. This is just giving Ms. Trevino more time.
I mean,
to
I
go through the
already
petition.
asked, blink once if you want more, I'm just kidding. But no, I'm cool. I'm no on 90.
You're a no? Okay, so we are at 60. We had 6 yeses, and I didn't get an answer from Mr. Gonzalez because we were working on something else. It passes for us. Mr. Tomides, item 12. This may take a while.
Item 12 is amend Section 701B to reduce the residency requirement for members of the Planning and Zoning Commission from 5 years to 3 years. One of the purposes was to enlarge the pool and diversity of citizens available for service in the commission. I will point out that this was discussed at our March 19th meeting after a pretty lengthy discussion of 5 years and 3 years. And we also had, I think, at one point in our discussions, a 2-year hybrid type thing. We had 3 members supporting, this is when we were all present, all 7 of us present. We had 3 members supporting 5 years and 4 members supporting 3 years.
And it, yeah, and so the final vote was consistent with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we will go around on this one. Were you, oh, Mr. Scott had something to say. Y'all hang on. Did you, what, go ahead. Put your microphone on. Okay. Well, if you're mumbling with your microphone off, I'm going to move on to Mr. Mendoza.
Did you guys discuss this?
Microphone?
Oh, thank you. Did you guys discuss this before Mr. Garber had
Yeah.
passed? What was Mr. Garber's viewpoint on
I
this?
believe he was 5 years.
Okay.
We had 3 members of the planning commission discussing this planning commission, so.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable with that, but
Well, I'll go first. I'll say no.
I'm a yes.
You're a yes? Mr. Gonzalez, I need you, if you're going to say something, microphone, you're a no. And Mr. Scott, did you say a no? Mr. Mendoza?
I'm a no.
And Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez?
Yes, not that it matters.
At this point, you would be correct. So that means that this will not go on the ballot. Okay, item,
13 is amend section 702 points, section 7, or point 7, I don't know, to change the interval for the Planning and Zoning Commission periodic review of the comprehensive plan from at least every 5 years to at least every 10 years. The purpose was to enable adequate time for implementation of the city's development and related codes and standards consistent with a new comprehensive plan, to reduce the time and resources devoted to implementing a new comprehensive plan. And I will point out that we had lengthy discussions on the fact that the city council could modify the comprehensive plan at any time
right.
that they chose to. This was just removing the language in the charter which calls for a complete rewrite of the plan every 5 years. Part of our discussions were the fact that some of these comprehensive plans take 5 years, or, you know, they take a long time to produce, and there's
Yep.
there's a lot of public input. And by the time they get passed, understood, explained, it's time to rewrite it all.
Mm-hmm.
So that was our main concern on this. And there was a lot of conversation about the cost. It's a lot of money
Oh,
to
yeah.
rewrite a comprehensive plan. And there's a lot of consultants, there's a lot of engineering firms, and so on. So those were all related to our discussion.
Okay, and I'm with you on this one. But my concern is that, and along with the acknowledgement that this is simply the section that is the Planning and Zoning Commission duties. It really isn't about the comp plan as a standalone item, so that concerns me a little bit. But I think that what I'm concerned about, and I guess it could go in either place, is that if I were looking for this, I'd be looking in 703, the comprehensive plan, and right now it's under 7, A, B, and C, which is under duties of the, powers and duties of the
I
commission.
think you're right, Mayor. Yeah, I think that's probably likely where we
Yeah.
landed on.
Yeah, that's my only concern is exactly where should it go? But I'm going to be a yes on this one. Now I'll go around the table. I'll give you a minute to look through that, both of you, while we're doing the concept up here, and we'll figure out where we're going. If it's a no, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No, just that's how the charter is currently written, that it's that,
I know, but
yeah, we could move it
sometimes-
around. We could move it around
we
as an
had
amendment.
something not too long ago that you could tell had been patched, and it was time to just rewrite it and put it in 2 sections, and what we ended up with is a whole lot better.
Yeah, so
Well,
that
you
could
can see
be,
it's been amended like 40 times. so.
Exactly. Okay, Mr. Scott, you are a yes, and since I'm on this side, Mr. Mendoza,
I'm a yes.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez?
I'm still confused.
Okay. Do you want just some time to think, or do you need to ask?
Well, no, well, to the point that you just brought up, because this just addresses P and Z's duties. So
Correct.
if we alter theirs, is there anywhere else that says that? In other words, would making this go from 5 to 10 but is there somewhere else that says it has to be every 5 that this becomes
I
a
would
moot
rather
point?
it just come out of P and Z duties and be a section on the comprehensive
Yeah.
plan, and then go back and say P and Z is going to review it. I don't want to change that,
Yes,
but I think it's a little convoluted the way it is now.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with that, however you word that. Then I'll be a yes.
So that we pull it out of P and Z duties and have a section about the comprehensive plan and address that. But in that particular case, what it's going to do is it's going to dictate what council can and can't do. But it seems odd to talk about what the P and Z's going to do when really council's going to figure
gonna
that out.
initiate
But
it,
I'm still
that's
good with the concept. Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay. So Mr. Gonzalez, I'm sorry, Mr. Gary?
No, if that's kind of the concept.
I'm gonna
we-
find
we
out.
We can
Fix
bring
that?
back a little amendment that shows how the move was made before
Okay.
anything
So
gets
you're good with,
finalized.
the two of you who are good with it before, y'all good with this? Down here?
I'm good with what you just suggested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
ditto.
All right. Thank you very much. And it's going to be a separate section on comp plan. Okay.
Okay, item 14 is amend section 802, providing that the city will endeavor to use plain language in the city's budget documents. Best wording we could come up with, long history of that word, but the intent was to make the city's budget more accessible and understandable to the citizens as possible as it could, realizing that it is, there's a lot of math in the city budget, and it's a lot of spreadsheets, and those all have to remain. But where possible, that the staff and council endeavor to use the plainest language possible.
I love the
Are
idea.
y'all,
Yes.
y'all good with?
But can you just give me an example?
No,
Yeah,
I
that's
can't.
I can give you an example.
You'll have to come up with those on your
In
No,
our meetings.
Mr. Gary has one.
Yeah, in our meetings, there were and actually, this was an example of where plain language was used, where there were some acronyms, and there was like a legend later in the budget document that explains what the acronyms stand for. And just an important thing to note, endeavoring to use plain language, it's one of those impossible things to define exactly what that means in each case. It's really just having an eye toward that concept, so when people are drafting it, they'll give that some thought.
What it means is after you write it, you ask somebody who's not doing this every day to read it and say, what does this mean? And if they can't tell you, you go back and rewrite it. That's what I used to do in my office when I wrote stuff, so that's just,
I can go with that.
that's kind of where I am, so.
I guess at what
Ms.
level
Reyes?
of detail? I mean,
I mean-
that's a huge undertaking if it's the whole budget document.
I think
And it's
there's
all
like
gonna be,
best practices online that show that.
and then it's all gonna be relative. Because
No,
every
it's-
community is gonna have different
I
thoughts about what
mean-
plain language is, so.
It's endeavor.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
There,
don't-
I
There's
promise
just times
that
you're not
there's
gonna be able
best
to do that.
practices out there.
Just don't make it where no means yes and yes means no.
LOL. I think a great example is whenever we had that committee, when we were, it was like me, you, and Shane, and what was it? Was it the comprehensive plan? I don't even remember.
did comp plan,
Yes.
yes.
Like, I think the ladies who worked on that did a really good job. I mean, with a lot of prompting from the mayor to be like, well, what do you mean by this, right? And so, like, putting terms that would be confusing to the layperson and making sure it's in like the glossary, making sure that there's like a little asterisk clarifying some things and like that it's like consistent across the board. I mean, I don't know. I feel like they were pretty good at
Well, the
that.
thing with the comp plan is the consultants had written it. If our people here had written it, I think it would have been better.
The other thing.
I mean, I still think they did a decent
I
job.
wanted an
Okay,
example on that.
let me just read a sentence.
12-point font.
Hotel occupancy taxes, utility revenues, and public-private partnership agreements currently secure a self-supporting debt.
Huh?
In the event such amounts are insufficient to pay debt services, the city will be required to assess an ad valorem tax to pay such obligation.
The other thing I would want to get some insight from Mr. Locke on is because we have to do, like for the Distinguished Budget Awards and things like that, there are certain things that you have to include, and I'm not real sure about what level of detail that they're looking at for that.
I don't think
So-
we're asking for less detail, we're just asking for it to be understandable.
Yes, but what I'm saying is general accounting principles and general accounting terms may not be the most plain language.
That's the context
you'll-
of our conversation, was that there clearly would be things that would have to be in the legalese of the budget world, but where that was not required.
Then to look at the plain language.
Exactly.
I think what I just read could have been written in more plain language.
Or y'all did a good job in this presentation earlier where it was like, you took these really, I guess, complicated concepts for the
Structured balance.
layperson. I mean, yeah, and you broke it down and like a mindless child could like follow that, right? I mean, obviously it's probably a huge ask to do that across the board, but I do feel like endeavoring to do that might be.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely want to make it more accessible and want to make it something that the community can understand better.
I'd rather have something the community can understand than the award.
Unless
The
we
award
get
is
prize
good,
money.
but if that's what we're going for at the expense of community being able to understand what this is,
I mean, I like awards, but.
do both.
Well,
Purchase a picture.
my boss was on the appropriations committee for the state for like 3 sessions, and I never thought I would cite the state as a good example. But, yeah, don't record that. But one of the things that the appropriations committee does, because of the just absolute huge amount of, just it's the size of the budget document, it's just you can't, no layperson can understand it, but also to go through that, you're talking thousands of pages. And so one of the things that they did was you would have, in their case, they have like subsets of the budget, and they would provide budget summaries of each of those subsets and what they would essentially do. I know that's, you know, a lot, but I think for this, it's important. You know, to Mr. Rourke's point, there is no thing that we do that's more critical than our budget. Our only ability to do so is because of the taxpayer, and just listening to what you said, you know, so I'm with it, and maybe those are, when we talk about how it could work in practice, those are some things that we can think of to emulate in our own way.
Well,
I'm a yes.
yes, it's like I pulled up the strategic initiatives document that we wrote, and it is very clear. I think people can read that and tell exactly what our initiatives and our goals are. It's well done, but there's a lot of, I suspect some of that language been there for 30 years, just my guess.
In what, in the budget?
Yeah. Okay, let me go around the table on this one. And if someone comes up with some different terminology other than plain language, are we good with that? If we're still, this is what we mean? Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm a yes.
All right, Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
Mr. Scott? I'm a yes. Ms. Garza?
Yes, I think y'all are already doing a good job in making strides towards that, so just continuing what you're doing.
Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm a yes.
Ms. Rodriguez is a yes, and we're getting close to the end. Mr. Tomites?
Number 15 is the retitle Article 12 from General Provisions to Ethics, since there's a lot of ethics, and create a new Article 13 entitled General Provisions. Item 12 was kind of a catch-all for a lot of different things. There's a number of ethics provisions in there that should remain. We're not proposing to change anything, just to make it more understandable and plain language.
And let me jump in here. I agree, except for section 1201, which is public access to records. So my suggestion is to put that in the new general provisions, and then all the ethics stuff be in, I think you're recommending that stay in 12.
Yes.
Is that good?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Are we
Yes.
good with that? Are we good with that? I'm saying yes, yes, I'm a yes. Mr. Scott's a yes, yes, yes.
Okay. The last thing I'll bring up is we did provide one short recommendation unrelated to a amendment, what it was regarding single-member districts. I did refer to this in the interim report, but the commission recommends that the city council study the possibility of transitioning from at-large elections of city council members to elections via single-member districts in whole or in part with the appropriate level of community engagement and education and retention of experts as deemed necessary. I would say the last sentence is the most important.
Yes.
We felt for the second time in a row that we really had no level of community engagement or education to fall back upon, and we certainly didn't have the retention of the experts that might be necessary to answer really important questions about should the city have single-member districts or not.
Yeah.
And so that is what we recommend as the first steps, and then, y'all can decide from there.
But this is just some direction, suggestion to us, nothing to go on the charter.
Right, we only put that
election.
in there because
Okay,
it
thank
was requested for us to discuss, which we did. And although we couldn't come up with a recommendation, there was no consensus to do so. We did have consensus to pass this message on to council because that's the first step. You have to do that first before a board or a commission like the Charter Review Commission can understand what they're actually voting on, whether they support it or
Correct.
not.
Okay. So council, I guess right now, this is just, do you want to, we'll put this on an agenda at some point in the future. If you want to discuss it, is really what a yes is today.
Yes.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez is a yes. Yes. Ms. Garza is a yes. I'm okay to discuss it. Don't know that if I'll support it or not, but I think it's time to discuss it. Mr. Scott, you're a no? Mr. Scott is a no. I need to check over here on this side of the table.
I'm a no, just for the plain fact that we have a diverse group, and I think we're fine. I'm a no.
Okay. I may be changing my mind.
Okay.
I mentioned the first time we talked about this, my concerns. I will be the first to say I very much care about representation. But to reiterate the concerns I had initially, this city, how do I put it? I just worry about the unintended consequences. I worry about the potential gerrymandering that can happen when we actually carve out these districts. I worry about quite a bit when it comes to this. I have seen, like I said, I am used to state politics. I see state politicians all of the time who deny voting for a really good policy that could benefit all Texans, simply on the basis that a couple people in their district said, I'm not messing with it. So, yeah, I'm a no.
I just want to also amplify this, that we all serve at large with very little resources. And so if you guys are not willing to contemplate districts for fear that we might chop and screw things the wrong way, I do think that this merits a future conversation when we talk about what is sustainable workload, because it's just, it's so unrealistic. Like, we do not do, I think, as good a job doing constituent outreach because we all have to answer to the whole pie instead of a smaller portion of the pie. And if y'all can sit here and say with your whole chest that you do a great job doing outreach to the entire community, I'm gonna say you're delulu, because there's no way. There's no way. Like, a lot of us, like, work full-time, are caregivers, and we still, like, sacrifice so much of our free time to be constantly trying to help our neighbors navigate, like, just random constituent needs. And so I need to name that, because I'm absolutely not running for office again, because this is unsustainable. And I think that the way that we don't even want to contemplate this conversation is a disservice to our neighbors, because either We have the conversation to adequately resource council to be able to hire constituent services staff or do research, or we make the pie more achievable to consume, you know? Like, it's, like, this is insane to me.
I just changed my vote to a no. And part of that, and I've always been against it, because I think we all need to feel like we are serving everyone in the
Right.
city and not just a geographic district. And I
Right.
don't want to, at budget
But Mayor-
time, get into, I'll go back to you. I don't want to be, at budget time, be arguing about what roads get done in which district or
Right.
whatever. I think we need to serve everyone.
But we
I do
don't.
appreciate the rest of what you said
Right.
about limited time.
The thing is, Mayor, the people who reach out to me, who reach out to Amanda, who reach out to Saul, are not the same people who reach out to you largely.
Yeah.
Right? And so I guess it's like, I understand the sentiment, like you want there to be this feeling that we serve everybody, but we don't. And it's not because we don't want to, it's because our proximity to certain neighborhoods, to certain groups is vastly different. Every now and then we have like overlap, like, you know, we just don't, Mayor. I don't
I'm
even
not
know how
saying
else to
you're wrong,
explain it.
But what I'm saying is we all should.
But we don't because it's
I don't know the districts will fix
unrealistic
that.
and unfeasible.
Well, I just want to throw out that there's at least 2 national organizations that are actively working towards filing lawsuits against the city of San Marcos because we do not have single-member districts.
Right, and I hope they do, because it's so messed up, and I hear your concern, Amanda.
So, well, I must have misunderstood what we were voting on. We're voting on a discussion?
That we're going to continue this discussion at a future date about single-member districts. That's why I
Oh,
was
well, I mean,
originally willing to discuss it, but it's highly likely that I would end up voting no on it. But I always hate to say I won't discuss
Well,
something.
yeah, and that's where I misunderstood that. I gave my personal feelings thinking it was a different thing. I had already mentioned earlier that I do think discussions are important, regardless of how I feel, so I do want to change.
you're a yes?
Yeah, I just misunderstood. I'm okay with the discussion.
You surprised me a little with the no. Okay, let me go around, and you're going to have to give me an answer, please. Here's what I have. I have you at a yes. Mr. Sal Gonzalez is a no. Ms. Garza is a yes. I'm going to go back to a yes to converse, just so y'all know where I am. I've got Mr. Scott at a no. I've got Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez at a yes. Mr. Mendoza. We've already got 4 yeses.
So you all know me as a broken record that I won't shut up about my neighborhood or the river. That's what we're going to get into if we start discussing districts, and I'm down for it. So just heads up, that's where I'm going to be coming from, and I'm going to be the biggest donkey that we can be. But if you guys are willing to talk about it, let's talk about it. We're not going to verify it, we're not going to confirm everything, we're just going to be able to open it up for talks and negotiations. So I'm down to have a conversation.
Okay, so we are 5 for continuing that conversation.
Okay. 6 with you, Mayor.
Hmm?
No, okay. Oh, that's what saying, Mr.
Yeah.
Scott, Councilman.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And does this conclude your report?
Yes, it absolutely does.
Thank you to you and to your commission and to Mr. Gary and his staff.
Yeah.
Because I know this one was intense, and y'all met very often, and so we thank you for the work that you brought to us. And I've got another one to ask about that y'all didn't do, my apologies, I didn't think about it before we gave y'all the charge, so it's,
Yeah,
but there's some things at the legislature that are affecting this one too, so, anyway, thank you all.
Thank you.
Mayor.
If I may say real quick too.
Go ahead.
I appreciate y'all really putting in the time. I know I watched many of y'all's meetings, and I know it took a lot of time, and y'all also dealt with a tremendous loss in the midst of it.
Yes.
And continued pursuing on, and I give y'all a lot of, respect for that, and so
Yeah.
thank you for this. As Mr. Rourke said, this is a very, very, very important document. It's not that long, despite what people have said on this.
That's right.
So I give it a read, but yeah, thank y'all for y'all's service.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to, thank you for bringing that up. We lost our vice chair with 2 meetings to go. We did not want to replace him.
You couldn't,
You can't.
yeah. Yeah, thank you.
I think Mr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the same thing my colleague was saying about the board, and I appreciate all the hard work, and I lost also a good friend, and like y'all did as
Many of
well.
us did.
All right. Thank you,
Okay.
guys.
But I want to ask what I'm, and I did let Mr. Gary know ahead of time. It's 12:09, it's holdover of officers. And part of this is coming from a conversation that I heard. It was a Texas Municipal League conference. And it was a part where it's to ask the attorneys. And there was a city that had an issue that one of their, I think it was this 5-member group, one person had moved away but wouldn't resign. Somebody else quit coming to the meetings. They were to the point that they couldn't even have a quorum. And they were going, what do we do? And we have had one resignation in the last 10 years because it's how you get people replaced. If someone, I wasn't going to bring it up, but if someone passes away, someone moves away, or just says, I'm done and resigns. Anyway, we've got a vacancy, and on the holdover, it says you continue to perform your duties until your successor is qualified. I'm not arguing that point, but with the state saying you can only do certain things, and this time they're just narrowing things down to November, there's still, there was one bill, I don't know where it is, that all cities had to go to November elections. There's a lot of little cities that are still in May. They've moved all the financial decisions, or trying to move all those to November. I get where they're going on that. I'm not sure I'm crazy about it, but anyway, this is my concern, is because we don't, and there's another city nearby where they have a vacancy. They can appoint. They're a general law city. So my concern is if something happens and one of us is not going to be a council member anymore, when we can have the election, can we appoint somebody until there is an election, not necessarily even having to be the next election of what their term would be, but the next time we can elect, we could have somebody a year, maybe? And the holdover, if they're gone, they're working North Slope of Alaska or something, not even be available by teleconference. So it's an issue that we kind of came close one time, and now we've had something else happen. And so I just wanted to kind of have that conversation, and also with the legislature limiting when you can have elections. I just want to have a little bit of a conversation about that. There may not be anything we can fix today or by charter, but I just wanted to ask that question. And y'all, good, I probably said it too many times, but y'all get where I'm going, right?
Yes, ma'am, I'm okay with that. I think the thing I would caution us, as far as, I don't think you want to have it right now, but if you do.
Well, we will need to have it.
After the governor signs those bills.
We will know that.
20 days
True.
after session ends.
But we have made some decisions this evening. We haven't done the formal, what's going to go on the ballot, because now Mr. Gary knows which ones to work on and which ones can be skipped. And then this is still going to come back to us with ballot language to actually place it on the ballot.
So, yes, so we do have, it's limited, but because we have fewer meetings, but we do have an opportunity in June and July for one final look at all of this. And what is the date? Is it first meeting in August that you call the election?
It has to be, yeah.
Yeah, so really, June and July is when we could certainly bring back, well, first of all, I was going to bring that one amendment, just so y'all could see what it looks like.
Right.
And then if you want to have further discussion on this point, or we can discuss it tonight, of course.
Can we, as a home rule city, if there is a vacancy, could we, by state law, could we appoint someone for a temporary time?
The way I understand the Article 11, Section 11 of the Constitution, after we talked, Mayor, I had to do some research, and what we're able to do as a home rule city if the remainder of the term
Is-
for the person who has the vacancy is 12 months or less,
Uh-huh.
we can, by charter, allow for appointment
By
for the
charter or
remain-
by state law?
By charter.
If we put it in our charter.
If we put it in our charter, the
Okay.
council could appoint the replacement for the remainder of that term. But if it's longer than the 12 months, we would have to go to election. But if you think about, 12 months, that's quite a bit of time. So council would have that option to appoint if it's 12 months or less remaining on the term.
And I wasn't even talking about appointing for the rest of that person's term. It was just until we could have an election, which could be 11 months and 3 weeks. So, well, we'd have to figure out how we would do the appointment process, but I'm just looking to see if it's legal for us to do
Yes,
that. But it would have to be in our charter?
Yes, ma'am, and otherwise you have to have a special election, and that has to be, by the Constitution,
No, I'm
120.
talking about a special election and appointing until we can have that special
Yeah.
election.
Yeah, it's just, as long as, you can't go beyond the 12 months, let's put it that way.
Okay, so let me back up and just ask, would y'all want to have the authority to appoint someone so that we don't have a vacancy and have only 6 people? And I
But-
know that could get dicey appointing somebody, but do we want to have the authority to do that? Otherwise, we're up for having a vacancy for months and months.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know either, that's why I'm bringing it up to talk about it.
And just to clarify, the way I understand the Constitution, you can only provide for an appointment process if the remainder of the term is 12 months or less. So if it's a candidate who doesn't have that much time, or that's more than 12 months, we don't have the option for a temporary appointment, as I understand it.
I understand that.
Okay.
I'm
Just wanna make
addressing where
sure
we do.
we're on the same
I'm
page.
talking about where we do. Now, we don't even have to do anything. We can just leave this the way it is. And if that's what y'all want to do, that's fine. But I thought we should have a discussion about it.
So I have a question. I think it'll solve that issue. So I'll now just use myself as an example, as like the most recently elected, so the person that has the longest term remaining. So if tomorrow I had to leave the city of San Marcos and resigned, can we kind of kill two birds with one stone and put into the charter that I would have to be replaced at the next regularly scheduled election, which would be this November's election, but also council would have the authority to fill my seat until that election? So it would mean that any appointment we have would never be more than a year.
Right.
Because it automatically triggers a special election at the next regularly scheduled election, which should, since we elect council members every year and we have a regularly scheduled election every year, there should never be more than a year of vacancy.
Right. But for you, it would be over 12 months. So the state law says the special election or next uniform election date?
It
Or
actually, for a city like us, this wouldn't apply to all cities, like certain general law cities, but I think for a city like us, where we have council terms of 3 years and potentially a mayoral term of 4 years, I think we must have the special election within 120 days.
And we can
that's
do
an
that
exception.
regardless of,
That's my understanding. It's because this is in the Constitution, so it sort of trumps
Okay.
everything else. And so that's one of those rare occasions where you might be able to have, normally the special election would just be whatever the next election cycle is. So if you time it right, you're most often going to be able to have that election in either May or November. And just so you understand, yes, our elections are in November, but the state has May,
it used to be
November.
4 uniform election dates.
Yes.
January, May, August, and
Yes.
November. And
So-
January and August are pretty much gone.
So whenever you have those uniform dates, that's when you can have
Right.
that special election.
So it's within 120 days, but it has to be on the uniform date?
One or the other,
Okay.
whichever comes first,
All right.
yeah.
I don't want to hand a position to somebody without them working for it, I think.
Another problem is.
Microphone, microphone.
Another problem that I can see is people can come up and say, I didn't vote for him, you know?
And that would be right.
And what gave us the authority? We know what we have, but I just don't want to run into that problem that,
The problem, well, and the issue is that we would just have a vacancy.
yeah.
And if everybody's good with that, okay?
Yeah, for me personally, I just think it's a huge overreach to appoint somebody to an elected position.
And I'm not necessarily suggesting that, I'm just trying to lay out
No, I know, but that
what
was one
if
of the
and-
ideas floated, and on that one specifically,
That's why I wanted it to be for the least amount of time, until we could get somebody else.
But it gives that person the edge if he ever decides to run. you
Maybe.
know, I mean,
Depends on how they vote.
Well, because my biggest, I guess, because normally I would agree with Ms. Rodriguez, but my biggest concern about having a vacancy is, and a lot of these things are actually self-imposed, I found out, but the amount of things that we require a supermajority for, if we have a vacancy, now we're requiring a unanimous decision. And if one of the 6 people remaining are gone, now we don't even have enough votes to have a vote.
yeah, I think though, like, to that.
Well, but the way it's written is a supermajority of.
To that point, though, I think there has already been sentiment shared sometimes on certain decisions that even a supermajority, that those opinions do not reflect the actual constituency that we serve, okay? So I don't think that a higher threshold is necessarily going to guarantee that that's representative of what the people are feeling. Even though the people put us here, I think when we're talking about an actual person who's filling this role, that's a whole different game than the other things that we require supermajorities for. So I don't know. It feels weird.
Well, and I
Feels
guess
like
on
an
that point,
overreach.
this is, I guess, a question more for you, Mr. Aguirre, but can we change the supermajority requirements that we do have to be a supermajority of the members of council present? Or the supermajority of the members of council
Mr. Gary can answer
offices
that.
filled? Or however
Mr.
we
Gary
word
can
that?
answer that.
So if you're talking about zoning, specific, is the most common situation, state law sets that up, and that is and I don't have it in front of me, but my recollection of the local government code is that cities have the option to require supermajority when the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends a denial. And under the statute, I believe that supermajority is the 3/4 of the full body, whether you have a vacancy or not. So we could have the option to not require the supermajority at all, but I think if we choose to, it's a 3/4 under state law. But I'm
And we've got
happy
the
to
5 for
confirm that.
budget.
Yeah, that's a different, there are some
Different
things.
law.
So I guess the state law say, like, so I guess under state law, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but in the situation that we're describing, that we have a vacancy, would it be 3/4 of the 6 seats that are filled, or would it still count that 7th seat in the?
I believe it's gonna be
3/4?
7, because, and that goes back to the idea of holdover. Even though you've resigned, even though you moved away, technically, you could all of a sudden pop in and vote. And I think the whole reason of the concept of holdover is that the government could potentially shut down for some reason if these vacancies arose, but if need be in a crisis, those people could perhaps vote in an emergency situation. One other clarification is we do have certain supermajority requirements that are strictly by local ordinance, not by state law, that we've just imposed upon ourselves. Now, those ones, of course, could be changed by ordinance if the council so desired.
So, do we want to look at this further or risk? I don't know. Y'all tell me. Do we want to look at it further? Mr. Scott's a no. He wants to take the risk.
Are you asking if we want the charter to look at this later, or do you want us as a council to review this?
I think at this point, us as a council, charter review's done, aren't they?
Well, we could ask them, but I think at this point, we might need to, if we knew right now what we wanted them to do, we could ask them to have another meeting and talk about it. That would be their option as to whether they wanted to or not. I think if we don't figure it out now, June's gonna be too late to ask them to go in. And we're gonna make the ultimate decision anyway. No, citizens are gonna make the ultimate decision at the ballot box. But we will decide, as we did today, regardless of what charter says, so. I wish I had thought about this before they started their work. I think, part of it was that those poor council members from that one city that I was remembering. And then I guess probably the fact of Dr. Garber passing away during his term, that I hope none of us do. But we did have the one person who did resign, and then she could have been replaced in May, but then that was the year of COVID, and those elections were all canceled, got pushed to November. So bless her heart, she resigned in January? And still, she was a trooper. She was still zooming in when we were all zooming.
What are the rules, Sam, if, let's say we're down to 6 council members and we have a 3-3 vote?
Nothing happens.
Just sits there until we have.
It does not pass.
Okay.
Right, so, right, it could potentially just be something that's postponed until you have a full council. There's a number of ways to approach it.
Could happen now if somebody's out sick.
So, in the case where we are 3 members here and only 3, it's a split vote 3-3, and we claim it to be not passing. If
No,
wanna-
we don't claim it to be. If it doesn't have a
Okay.
majority, it
So,
doesn't pass.
so in that particular case, it doesn't pass, and we have that whole rule that if the winning side wants to bring it back up for further discussion at another time, who would have the ability to do that in that break?
I was in that situation back in the day with the Comanche Wells. Mr. Gary?
Well, not to get into all this, because I know we've had our own interpretations of this situation, but how I have viewed development applications is different from general business of the city. So, for example, you have a development application that had, I approve with these conditions, and it's a 3-3, and it gets nowhere. Well, might there be other conditions? It was the motion with those conditions to approve, but that's a whole nother thing. Typically, on a development application, there's often a desire to give an applicant the full attention of, the attention of the full council, and so sometimes those are, typically would be postponed until you have a 7-member body present. But otherwise, it is kind of considered
But
failed.
it could be, amending an
Failed
ordinance, 3-3. 3-3, it's not amended
Right.
because it didn't pass.
I wonder how much work would just be put on hold because we don't have a 7th member.
Yeah.
Items that maybe needed to be pushed through, but we're
Okay,
just
so
not.
I need to go around the table and see who wants to look into this further. Mr. Scott has said no. Ms. Garza? Mr. Saul Gonzalez?
No.
Ms. Rodriguez? And this is just to look at it to see what we could do, not anything in particular.
In fairness, I'm willing to look at it, change my vote, but I'm not leaning that way.
That's fair.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Can't change your vote.
Yeah, that's the deal. At this point, I just mentioned the appointment. We may decide not to do that, but I think it's worthy of discussion, so thank you. I'm a yes. Mr. Mendoza?
I'm a yes.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got 6, so, we'll have to kind of sort of think about, the first thing we need, if you would please, send us, what the state law is and, what's in our charter and some options, maybe if there are some clear-cut ones, so that we'll know what we're talking about the next meeting. Thank you, sir.
All right, and a clarification too, I was thinking about, we were having all this discussion about 3-3 votes, but what the absence is really gonna affect is gonna be more along, in the case of the supermajority, right? Otherwise, a 3-3 vote is just, yeah, it gets nowhere, but as far as having one member absent, that's not gonna change the supermajority. If it's 3-4, you gotta have 6 votes for that
And
supermajority.
if we have a
regardless.
vacancy and someone's out sick,
Yeah.
there's no point in even taking a vote on it, because there's not 6 people here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess, and I don't know, we'd have to revote on this, but whenever we do discuss this again, can it be, I guess, worded in a way where it's to mitigate issues that having a seventh member absent or vacant? In other words, to where we could revisit the supermajority requirements, especially the ones we've self-imposed through ordinance, and lieu of having to. I'd be more amenable to changing those things through ordinance than appointing a seventh member of council.
Yeah, you've already prepared that document about what takes supermajority, whatever, for planning and zoning. We were going to add the one thing about budget, and there was something you needed to change and send it back out. If you could attach that and let us know, like Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez said, which ones are state law and which ones are local option would be helpful. Y'all
All
good
right,
with
and-
that? Okay.
And I guess, just because we're under time crunch, we have limited meetings in June, July, so I'm assuming it'd probably be best to bring this back next meeting,
Oh, if
June
it's
3rd.
not next one, it's, yeah.
June
it
3rd,
has to be.
so I'll come back on June 3rd with that.
Which gives you 3 days to work on it. Okay. Did you say you had something? Okay. Are we done with charter now? Yeah. Okay. So we will move on to item 3. Do y'all want another break?
Yes.
We had one an hour ago. No, moving forward. Well, we had one an hour ago. I thought I would wait 20 minutes, but if you want one now, we'll have one now. That's what I was trying to do. Well, I'm also,
Well, y'all might, if you're leaning towards a break, maybe take the break, because items are going to be pulled. So I don't want you to have to wait until after those items are discussed.
but something else, Ms. Reyes, I think now would be a good time to figure out what items we might want to push to another meeting, including executive session items, because we got people who've been waiting here quite a while, and I don't know what we're going to end up wanting to do, but I don't want to do executive session at midnight.
Are the time-sensitive ones, which are, one is the marijuana lawsuit.
Okay.
That we need to get direction on.
Okay.
And then the other one is appointee evaluation process.
Right, we've got those.
That isn't a special meeting.
No, this is a regular meeting. Okay, then B, on the economic development, do we need to do that one this evening?
AVSM. The plan is to bring that one back on June 3rd. I mean, unless council's okay with us doing executive session and the vote that same day, which that can be
Be a very brief discussion too.
AVSM, if y'all were willing to do that one today. I mean,
It can be, you're saying it would be a brief discussion today? Okay, then let's go ahead and do that. Okay. All right, then let's take the requested break. It is 10:30, but y'all, please, there are other restrooms over here. Can we get back in time? Just get right back, please. It is 10:36. We are to the consent agenda. Oh, there she is. I thought she was back. We are to the consent agenda, following ordinances, resolutions, and other items, number 3 through 20, can be considered and acted upon by one motion. No separate discussion or action is necessary unless desired by a council member, in which event we will talk about it in a few minutes, and we'll figure out when that will be. So, does anybody have anything they wish to pull?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
4, 11, and 12.
4, 11, and 12. Do you have one to pull, Miss? Okay, I'm gonna look down at this end of the table. I'll come back to you. Anybody over here?
Someone
Anything
had
to pull?
10 because I saw it.
Yeah, well, I
Okay.
was gonna do 10 because the items are my questions for the grant process is kind of the same. So maybe
Let's just pull 10. Okay, then I'm looking for a motion to do items 3, 5 through 9, and then 13 through 20.
So moved.
It's basically everything in 3 through 20 with the exception of 4, 10, 11, and 12. I have a motion by Mr. Mendoza for approval.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Rodriguez. We're going to vote on this, and then we're going to talk about something else. Oh, push button voting. Yes. Ms. Garza? Okay.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, now, council, we've got some people who've been waiting here for quite a while. We do have 2 public hearings. And then we've got executive session items. So quickly, I don't want to spend more time discussing what we're going to do than it would take to have actually gone ahead and done it.
Yes, so in our break, just out of courtesy to the people who came here for things that are later in the agenda, if the body's okay with it, we come back to our consent agenda to honor those.
Pulled items.
Yeah, oh yeah, the pulled items for the
Okay.
consent agenda to allow the rest of the agenda to move forward
Okay.
as is, because people are here for that.
Okay, traditionally, we do it after the public hearings anyway, so we'll check again after the public hearings. Okay, so in that case, moving on to item 21, please, ma'am.
Hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2025-14, amending the project plan and reinvestment zone financing plan for tax increment reinvestment zone number 5, downtown tourist, to increase funding in support of an annual downtown operations plan and approved project plan submitted via an application process, authorize city manager or designee to execute such amendment on behalf of the city, including procedural provisions, and declare an effective date, and consider approval of ordinance 2025-14 on the first of 2 readings.
We need to have a public hearing, and a presentation will come first.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. John Locke, Finance Director. A tax increment reinvestment zone is a financing method that the city can use to pay for improvements that will encourage economic development within a geographical area. The downtown tax increment reinvestment zone, or TIRZ, was created in 2011. The city and Hays County contributes 70% of the revenues generated from the incremental value for improvements in the downtown area. And on March 21st of this year, the Downtown TIRZ Board approved an amendment to the project and financing plan. The amendment increased the total estimated cost for the downtown area by $2.8 million. The largest increase is for an existing alleyway redevelopment project. The total budget increased by $1.6 million for this project. The scope did not change. It was the original estimated cost was pre-COVID timeframe, and now that they have a detailed plan, that is and the costs have increased considerably since then. The plan also provides for an increase of up to $80,000 per year in annual operating expenses. That is for emergency repairs and facade grants. And the amendment creates funding to extend the annual operating costs through December 2027, which is the end date of the TIRZ if it's not otherwise extended. Prior to considering these changes, state law requires a public hearing be held. And that concludes the introduction.
Okay, I will open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or about item 21. Asking again, a third time. Seeing no one, rushing to the podium. We did not have anyone signed up, so there's no one online, correct, Mr. Trevino? Okay, then I will close the public hearing, and I will await a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Rodriguez. Seconded by, I'll second it.
I don't really
Oh,
care.
sorry, I didn't hear him over there. Okay, seconded by Lorenzo Gonzalez. Discussion. That was to approve, correct? Thank you. Discussion, vote. We're ready to vote, we'll vote.
Okay, motion passes 7-0.
All right, item 22.
Let me clear this off real quick, Mayor. Hold a public hearing to hold a public hearing and consider an appeal by Angelica Ramirez on behalf of Springs Bistro Bar, the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve a conditional use permit in case number CUP-25-08 to allow on-premises consumption of mixed beverages for 6 months for the business located at 105 Pinto Drive, and consider authorizing a refund of $765 to Angelica Ramirez for the fee paid to the appeal to the City Council.
Presentation.
Mayor, Council, Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services. This property is the location of the Holiday Inn, which includes a restaurant that serves alcoholic beverages called the Springs Bistro and Bar. Next slide. The property fronts I-35 and Bintu Drive and is surrounded by other commercial and industrial uses. Next slide. The property is zoned general commercial and is surrounded by commercial and industrial zoning districts. Alcoholic beverages are available to guests and patrons 7 days a week from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. Next slide. The business received CUP approval for 1 year in 2015, and the approval became effective in 2017 when the certificate of occupancy was issued. Please note that I did update this slide, and there was a typo in your packet. We found some additional information after the packet was released, so that second date has changed from 2018 to 2017. In 2024, the business came in for renewal and was approved for 6 months. The Planning and Zoning Commission cited the business operated for many years without an approved CUP. On March 25th of this year, P&Z approved another 6-month renewal, again citing the delinquency. Next slide. The justification for the 6-month approvals were included in your packet. There was an incorrect expiration date on the original approval, so this slide clarifies the delinquency referenced by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Based on this justification, the Planning and Zoning Commission may consider 6-month approvals until the month's delinquent on this slide reaches a much lower number. The commission has also discussed at prior meetings that they were concerned that the city is losing money and losing out on fees. I wanted to note that the fee that we charge for conditional use permit holders is an application fee, and it's intended to cover the staff time, or at least a portion of the staff time that we spend on the cost of staff putting the items on the agenda, doing the staff reports. So if an applicant is late, they don't necessarily, in our opinion, owe the city money because we're not working on that case at that time until they submit the application. And in an attempt to maintain a business-friendly process, we've never penalized businesses for late renewals. Planning and Development Services Department has made some very significant internal improvements to try to send reminder letters. And as we have found, this is one of those that doesn't have a lot of activity or action, so it didn't get picked up over the years. That's, I think, one of the reasons that was so late in their first renewal, because we couldn't find any record that we had sent them a reminder letter. But I do want to note that any system we put together will never be perfect, so we do have to also rely on the applicants to ensure that they know when their expiration date is. But we have significantly improved our processes, including involving our code compliance division to go out and just help us gently remind people that they need to come in and renew on time. Next slide. At the March meeting, staff recommended approval of the CUP for 3 years as the business did not have any notable issues and is in an area that is compatible for this type of use. Staff was intending to get the business back on track with their 3-year approvals, which is typical of most of our conditional use permit holders who have been around for a while. Planning and Zoning Commission approved the request for 6 months, and the applicant is appealing the term of the approval. The applicant also requested a refund of the appeal fee, so to simplify the process on tonight's agenda, the caption includes language which allows consideration of the appeal of the term and the refund of the fee. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, I will open the public hearing and see who would like to speak for, against, or about. If you'll step to the podium, we'll need your name and your address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Angelica Ramirez, and my address is 1314 Belmont Drive.
City?
San Marcos, Texas.
Thank you.
So, ma'am, I just wanted to make clear as well to the council that my goal really isn't fee-based, and I'm not here requesting truly for that fee to be reversed. And honestly, to the Commissioner's Court, I should have been more forward in saying that I would be happy to pay anything that had not been taken care of in the past if it was regarding fees. But the ultimate goal was we are a growing small company, and to be able to every 6 months go through the process of these permittings, that in some cities we are considered a permanent fixture and so don't actually have to renew this every 6 months. So it truly is, it truly is a lot of work, and it is time-consuming, and it is difficult to do within 6 months, and that's why I'm appealing. I do know that we had systems in place prior that did not make it effective for us. Obviously, ownership did not get those reminders. You know, ownership is no longer handling that. When I did take over, I did refile, and I did process for my permit on time within the allotted time that the Commissioners Court had told me to. My intentions are to do the same in the future as well. You know, my TABC was intact as well. Every code and compliancy with the city is also that way. I'm a firm believer in dates and times and you know, following ordinances and what is necessary. So I just didn't feel that a continued penalty for however many months was necessary. If it's a fee that we're looking for, I'm willing to pay the fee if you could grant me the 3 years.
There's no interaction at this point. If you're through, then, okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or about this item? Going once, twice, 3 times. I will close the public hearing.
Motion to approve with staff conditions and the appeal fee.
Second.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Motion to approve with the staff recommendations as well as the refund on appeal,
For
The
what
fee.
period of time?
Staff recommendations is 3 years.
Okay. Because what the agenda has is 6 months, and so I want to make sure that we're clear about the 3 years.
Well, I'm referring to the top one. The two,
I understand that, but the agenda has 6 months, so I want to make sure it's
Okay.
clear that
Well,
you're saying for 3 years.
3 years. Yes,
Yes. Okay. Motion by Ms. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Scott. Seconded by Mr. Saul Gonzalez. That was for approval, 3 years. Okay,
And Mayor, if I may, since I made the motion.
go for it.
I appreciated you taking the time. I read your letter. I also watched your layout in the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I really appreciated the fact that you came to a really difficult setting. It can be intimidating. And you said, hey, things went wrong. I take full accountability. And you've sitting here and given us your commitment to make things right. And so I don't think it's our job to make your job harder. And so I appreciate that. I look forward to seeing you continue to work with our city staff in a way that keeps you in line with all of the things, and I trust that you will. So that's where I'm
I
coming
have
from.
one question, if you could come to the podium, please. I believe you said that you did not miss a renewal for a TABC permit? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, our TABC permit has always been on time, our renewals have been.
So
As
you-
far as I have been doing the renewal, which has been for the last 4 years.
Okay, so y'all are doing that one, it's just this one got missed, because the reminders are not a requirement for
Yes,
folks to
ma'am.
apply, so,
And
or update.
I completely understand that,
Okay.
ma'am, that is just our fault.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I kind of want to push back on that it's your fault.
You see,
Sorry,
I raised
go
my
ahead.
hand and like people don't call on me, and that's why I interrupt. But go ahead.
That's actually not true. You've raised your hand like once in your entire life since birth.
I said 2 or 3 times
We're
tonight, but go
friends.
ahead.
We're friends, it's fine.
I know. You're next.
Like, you're like, it's all on you. I think the CUP committee has done a really good job at having like really transparent and real conversations about areas of growth, both on what type of feedback business owners can give and also what type of feedback we can give. And so I appreciate that Amanda shared that it kind of just fell through the cracks, right? Like, I think that it's a shared responsibility between this, like, our city and you. So while I appreciate that you're taking full ownership, I do think that that these type of situations kind of highlight areas of improvement for our city in terms of procedure for reminders. But I think it's also important to name that during the CUP committee, like Amanda shared briefly, I think that we're headed towards a much more community-centered and business-friendly vision of how we handle interactions with our CUP holders. So hopefully, with all of that and basically the recommendation of our city staff, I think that this won't happen again. So yeah, I think we'll be good. So I'm down to support this.
I know it won't happen here because you're going to be on it.
All right.
Yes, ma'am, most definitely.
Yeah, I have confidence in that.
Thank you.
Okay.
So my
Mr.
question
Lorenzo
was-
Gonzalez, it is now your turn.
My questions are for staff. So had this not fallen through the cracks, would this business have been eligible to have had the permanent, perpetual, whatever wording we use?
No.
CUP, or had that changed prior, because it initially expired in 2016, correct? When did we get rid of?
I'm gonna have to check the exact date because I thought it was, I think it was 2020, may have been 21, so they should have come in to renew.
No, I don't, well,
Yeah, because like I don't even get
that
They
would
should
have
have
had to
come
been
into-
initially.
Yeah, in 2019, so what we typically would have done with this one, if we can go up about 3 slides where it has the different dates, but that one, nope, that one. Okay. As it would typically play out, this business would have come back in February of 2017. Well, no, they got their 1 year in 2017. In 2018, they would have come in and likely have been approved for 3 years. We usually do 1 year, 3 year, and back when life of the use was a thing that we did, you'd get your 1 year, 3, then your life of the use. So likely they would have gotten a 3-year in 2017, come in 2020. It would have been very close to the date when we added or removed the ability to go over 3 years.
That was in 2020?
I think it was 2020.
It was
I
before
had the
that.
data earlier and I forgot what it was.
It was before that. So your next question?
And so I understand where the reminders aren't a requirement and all that other stuff, but essentially the biggest reason why we didn't catch it is because they were actually a model business. They weren't a squeaky wheel that was getting our attention. So they've actually been doing what they're supposed to have been doing.
Yeah, we've kind of gone through a variety of processes when it comes to renewal letters. We sent out a bunch 1 year, and then a few years later, we just said, it's their problem, we're not going to help them. And, we've kind of gone back and forth, and I'm talking over the last, 10 years since I started with the city. But we have a really good system now because we started to realize over time that these were falling through the cracks. So as we were creating the map, and if you watch the Planning and Zoning Commission, I gave a quick presentation on it, the CUP committee has seen it. As we were putting all of our conditional use permits into a map, and we have 122 alcohol CUPs on that map, we started to realize, oh my gosh, look at all these outliers that we didn't catch over this time. And part of it was, we didn't have the police reports, we didn't have code compliance being called on the businesses, so we never really.
Well, and over those
paid
years,
attention
you've
to
had a number of staff vacancies too.
We had a lot of turnover in the last few years, yes, ma'am.
But my point was, had they been a problematic business, we would have caught it a long time ago. So the fact that they were able to operate so long without a CUP and without us knowing that they didn't have an active CUP kind of proves that they're actually a model business and doing what we want them to do, correct? So punishing them is actually just punitive. It's not actually correcting any bad behavior or anything on their part. That's all I wanted to know / state.
Question.
Mr. Sal Gonzalez.
Thank you. Doesn't the fire marshal do a yearly inspection on those premises and also checks for those violations?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. I don't know if we have anyone from fire who may be listening, but I'm not sure.
They wouldn't be addressing the CUP renewal.
Well, they would look at the certificate, make sure it was up to date.
I seriously doubt that that's their responsibility.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that,
Yeah.
you know. it does-
I think that's something that we could like talk about in the CUP committee, but I will say that we even broke down like, I guess, the disconnect or like the difference in processes even between like the TABC renewal stuff and CUP. So like, there's multiple different renewal thingies that business owners have to do, but they just don't like fall under the same like schedule or the same, yeah.
As long as they got it together and, that's the most important thing.
And if I may go back to Councilmember Lorenzo Gonzalez's question, the change to the code was done in September of 2020, so had they come in every February to renew, there's a chance they would have been before that code amendment was approved.
So back to my argument, because they were such a, and I get how it's their responsibility to renew it, but because they were such a good business in doing what we asked them to, they kind of are already being punished because now they can't have a life, or whatever we call it, a perpetual CUP. So even making them come back every 3 years, in my mind, is enough of a punitive, punishment that's given to them, because in theory, had they done what they had to do, they wouldn't have ever had to have come back to us again. So I'm definitely going to be a yes for this. I think we do not need to have them come in every 6 months.
Well, we'll be voting here in just a moment, as soon as everybody's got their questions asked and hopefully answered.
Let's go, it's 10:59.
Where's Cody?
I think we're voting.
Imagine I
Okay,
won't know.
motion passes 6-1.
All right. Then we are, now is usually when we do the items that we pull from the agenda. Is that what we want to do now?
Mayor, is it possible to take item 12 first? We have a consultant online, and we were hoping that we could
I
do
think,
that before
I
the.
think that's what you had said, right, Amanda, to do the post consent at the very end?
Okay, then,
You wanted to do the pulled items towards the very end?
Whatever works, but I think she was specifically asking about one item.
Just item 12.
okay, so we're going to do
The
item
staffing
12.
study.
Oh, for this one, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait, pull out?
yes, they did.
Yeah, Shane.
Consider approval of resolution 2025-92R, awarding a contract to Matrix Consulting Group to conduct a departmental staffing study for the police department in amount not to exceed $116,000. Authorize city manager or designee to execute the contract on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
Looking for a motion on, okay, so, motion from Mr. Scott, seconded by Mr. Mendoza. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yep, so I pulled this because in reading the stuff that was provided in our packet, one of the things that I saw was, and it sounds like it might have been a misprint, I just want to make sure. One of the slides, and I don't have it pulled up right now, but it said that there was a preferred timeline for completion, and identified that preferred timeline for completion by July 2025, AKA 2 months from now. The issue I had is when we initially talked about this in the visioning session, the goal was to take a more comprehensive approach that involved community, participation, which is currently included in the proposal as written. But my concern is in the proposal as written, they were talking about multiple months not meeting our preferred timeline. So I just want to make sure that we're allowing for the full completion of the proposal as proposed, and not something rushed that doesn't give us a comprehensive idea nor allow community participation.
That's a great point, Councilmember. We are allowing sufficient time for the comprehensive approach to be done for the staffing study for SMPD, and that study is going to be about 5 months.
Okay.
Over the course of 5 months, and they're going to run through about 8 different spaces, including community engagement, where we have identified at least 4 different touches with the community. 2 of those is going to be from a town hall perspective, and then 2 will be virtual formats where coffee with the consultants to get their
Right.
input.
Yeah, and my colleague Ms. Garza had asked this earlier about a separate issue, but on those things, it wasn't clear in the proposal if at these community things there will be a translator. Let's say somebody, is that something that?
Yeah, so I had a great conversation with Gazelle, our community engagement coordinator today. And so one of these meetings will be specifically for our Spanish-speaking community.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you. And then, let me think. I think there was something else. So, okay, so for the timeline, just so I'm clear, it's not gonna be July 2025?
No.
Okay, cool. Oh, I
sorry.
remember my second one. I was gonna ask, so for the proposal, the people, the consultants doing it, are they going to be informed, of where we are with our budget? You know, we just had a lengthy conversation about capacity, or I should say lack thereof. And so I wanna make sure that when they're factoring in potential decisions and recommendations, they do realize where we are fiscally.
Yes.
And I know it's been mentioned before, well, we have, you know, state law require, that's not true. State law, when you're talking about increase in officers, that is a bracketed law.
It is.
We are not in that bracket, so we are not required per state law. So I just want to make sure that they're factoring in external things too as it relates to our fiscal situation.
Yes, so the first phase is going to be initiation and interviews, and part of the interviews will be with CMO staff, also
Okay.
with a budget staff, also with planning as well too.
Okay.
I have a question. How did y'all land on this firm to do this study?
This firm was the same firm we used for the Marshall study. They have done over 400 police studies and probably have done over 20 studies just in the state of Texas.
Right.
They have done a lot here in the central Texas. I think with the last study they done for Cal, we did get a recommendation from Cal also. Did speak with Denton officials as well too.
Right. Yeah. I just think it's important for me to name that some of my constituent concerns was that this is a very obviously a firm that has individuals who some community members might perceive as biased or slanted towards the interests of police. And I think for things like this, it's like the interest of our community, right? If you look at the biographies of the individuals. And that's not to be dismissive of all the other things that you just named. This is why I'm asking, so that you can provide the rationale. And so that the viewers at home know that I didn't make this decision. Y'all made this decision, and that's your rationale. And if they have other concerns, they could let you know. Because I'm just a girl with not a lot of power.
I'd like to add something to that. Was this taken out for bid as well, or? No. And why not, if it was not?
No, it was not.
Why is that?
This was a consulting firm that we had already utilized for the marshals. We liked the Marshall study. We thought it wasn't slanted one way or the other. It was very neutral. Matter of fact, there wasn't any recommendations for the marshals to increase staffing. The staffing recommendation was to rearrange staffing in it. And after talking to a couple of different police departments and cities, I felt comfortable moving forward with them representing SMPD as well too.
I don't have a problem with it. The only problem I have is if we could have saved $25,000, it would have been worth it just to look around. And
Right.
going further, I wish my colleagues would back me up on this, especially something at this amount that we can take it out for bid.
Yeah, I think we should do that with everything, because like, aren't we super broke? Don't we keep saying that?
Just in the budget that we're in, really tight.
But even when you take something out to bid, it's the most qualified, it's not always the cheapest. And
Right,
so
but
I
there's like
think
a whole
that's
process
the
to
only
determine
thing
that.
is that sometimes, with what Mr. Anderson is talking about is we were really looking for someone, because council had asked for it to be not the Police Chiefs Association, you know, not the internal. So we were wanting to do something independent. And because this firm was more familiar with our central Texas region and the different dynamics, that also helped to set them apart, to make sure that they were able to capture the things that we thought were important. Also trying to ensure that it's not slanted towards only what police wants, to make sure that it also is what we want and what we say is important holistically, you know, for our community. And so we felt like they were the best ones to really help us be more qualified for that.
Or if, let's say that I'm them and you hired me before, most likely to get your business, I would probably, most people probably favor you know, go on y'all's recommendation or whatever. Is there other companies that do the same thing?
I would have to ask Mr. Anderson, because we haven't ever used this firm and we haven't ever used.
Yeah, just going further, we can just look into them, and I'm sure maybe they're as good as this one. Thank you. Yeah, that's okay with my colleagues.
Yeah, I don't know, is that one of those things where we have to like go around in a circle, or like how do we re-bring that up so that we can have that discussion that we want to talk about?
If we have four.
If you want to bring it back, then it's a memo to the city manager, the city clerk, city attorney, and please copy me, put it on the agenda.
Can we just give them direction with 4 votes that we need?
To put it on another agenda?
No, for them to, when they do this again.
That has, Mr. Gary, that would have to be agendized, wouldn't it? For that discussion?
I think he's talking specifically about the bidding
The
process.
bidding
Right now-
He's talking about in the future, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Right,
yeah.
you can't take action tonight. You can have a future discussion item, but again, ultimately in this it's a contract.
So this is gonna pass, but in the future,
Yeah, he's asking for
Two
the
council
future.
members, or if 2 council members want to put it up for
I mean,
discussion.
Put it on a
If that's
future
what-
agenda.
Okay.
Let me just say this.
We've done it before where
Let me
We
just say this.
agreed.
If
Okay.
that's what I know is the interest of the council in the future, we'll just do it. No, y'all don't have to put it on the agenda. If we know that y'all would like for us to look at bidding these types of services in the future, then we'll do that. We did it with even the parks, the river parks, when we were doing for security. We didn't get anybody to respond to it.
Right.
But we did do it. So, I mean, if that's y'all's direction, we can do that. Y'all don't have to bring it back and
yeah,
and
it's
do it as a
just offer we
discussion.
do it,
I'm okay with that.
and we all agree
Okay.
here, and run with
Yeah,
it.
that's no problem.
So
Thank
that
you.
discussion will
Yeah,
come
that's no
back. It's 11:10. That's enough explanation. You've done it. Can we go on?
But we haven't,
Please?
have we polled? I think that was the whole purpose.
I thought we
No,
have-
I think there were 4 people.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Ms. Reyes is putting it
Okay.
on, so
Yeah.
but
Then y'all have to-
you
Well,
still
she's
have
putting
to
it on
choose-
per 4
For
people
open
saying they're
meetings
interested.
purposes, we
We're
still
not
have
putting anything on.
this
I'll-
agenda
I'll-
item posted.
For
have-
discussion at a
action.
future date.
No, she's
No.
saying like future practices.
take care of it.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'm just saying that we will bid things like that out if that's the desire of the
Oh,
council.
you're just gonna,
We're just gonna do it.
oh, I probably would not vote for that, but, okay.
We already have the 4.
So,
tax
So
again,
we're
this
on
is,
item
So
12
for
right
this-
now?
I'm fine.
that's a future agenda item. Tonight, we just have to focus on
It's no
the
agenda
pending
item,
action
yes.
item.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote. This is on item 12.
The motion passes 6-1.
Okay. So which one are we on next? Are we going to go back and in order?
Sure.
Or do we, okay. Then we're on item 4.
Consider approval of
Thank you, Mr.
resolution.
Brady.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Huh?
I was just thanking Mr. Brady, the consultant that stayed up late to,
Yes.
to not talk to us.
I'm so sorry.
Item 4, please.
All right, consider approval of resolution 2025-84R, approving the award of a construction contract to Flanken Construction for the police station improvements project in the estimated amount of $938,153.70. Authorize city manager or designee to execute the appropriate documents related to this contract on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve from Mr. Mendoza, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yep, considering the fiscal note, I'd like for us to, have a brief presentation on what all is included in this ask. And then second to that, I am, considering the multiple accounts that are listed and the funds available, I'd really like more information on what that all consists of and how that was broken apart.
Sean Condor, Director of Engineering and Capital Improvements. There was a scope of work attachment in the item that lays out the scope pretty well. Yes, I was gonna see if Hayden could pull that up, and I can kind of hit on those points. But in general, I'll just read it straight from the ARF. I think it summarizes the best, but the project proposes to install a prefabricated metal building at the SWAT Annex building, complete the reconstruction of the PD driving training track facility, site prep for a shooting range for the installation of the previously approved bullet trap that was approved by council in January, and to install approximately 260 linear feet of conduit, which will power a new swing gate that was installed by the developer on the One World Industrial project. So you'd asked about the budget. So there's actually two funding sources for this particular project. We had $1.6 million approved in the CIP in 2022 for the driving track improvement. And then we had $800,000 that was approved in 2024 for the bullet trap arrangement. We decided to combine those two projects for a schedule of value to kind of get a best bang for our buck, if you will. And so those two budgets were combined. And again, we had to do the action target in January because it was a sole source product. And we did it in January to avoid the tariffs that have been going around. And then now the project is ready to go. So this particular project will do some improvements required in order to install the bullet trap. Did I answer all your questions, or did I miss any?
No, that was it. I guess, do we expect more asks
With this particular project,
with anything when it comes to future asks for this? What are the expected future asks?
Good evening, Council. Bob Klett, Assistant Chief of Police. The only thing that's left unaddressed that we are holding off for later is, much like the driving track is being resurfaced and reconditioned for this, our parking lots are in need of that as well. But there's future projects with TxDOT that we might try to tie into with that as it relates to our entrances coming in off the access road and so forth. But our,
That would be preferable.
yes, yes, ma'am.
But y'all do have an allowance of 10 or 15% in case it goes over here, just a little bit. I think Joe answered that for
Well,
me earlier.
that's,
Yeah. Well, we just don't want to see a big ask later, like another $80,000 or $125,000.
typically with construction, if you have an ask, it's because something's underground and you can't see it. Luckily with this job, the only underground is the conduit, and it's typically a pretty small infrastructure. So there's typically not a whole lot of big change orders come through unless perhaps the design engineer, the architect, maybe there's something in the way of the foundation for the piers.
Right.
That would be the big thing. But we have some contingency in the project, like $50,000 for little things that could pop up. But typically, this is not a type of project we expect big, unknown things to hit us in construction because we're really not doing a whole lot of digging.
You do know that's a graveyard, right?
I do not.
I'm just joking with you.
Oh, well, hey. That went way over my, yes, that's good. We want to avoid those at all costs.
But I think, in fairness, I think it's important that people know, you never know in a project, especially on existing facilities versus a, clean, open field, green space. Contingencies can come up that nobody anticipates so
Yeah,
to say
and
that
my
there won't
question,
be any is.
when it was
I don't
talking
want-
about like additional asks and anticipated additional asks, it wasn't like more on if things go wrong and y'all discover, it was more so future infrastructure asks, because things float the air of like ideas of wanted, desired projects. And I just want to know and not be surprised if those things come. So your answer, that would suffice. That was the extent of my questions.
Thank you.
are we ready to vote?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-2.
All right, and we are now to item 10, I believe.
Consider approval of resolution 2025-90R, authorizing resubmission of an application to the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority for a grant in the amount of $6,500 for the continued maintenance and operation of 10 license plate reader cameras for use in addressing motor vehicle and catalytic converter thefts. Authorize city manager or designee to execute any and all documents as needed to apply for, accept, implement, decline, modify, or cancel the grant if awarded, and declare an effective date.
Looking for a motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Scott, seconded by Mr. Mendoza. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, well, that's why I said 10 and 11 kind of go together, but for the scope of 10, but just so you know, my questions are probably going to be redundant. I was looking at the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority, the information that's posted by the DMV. I have some questions as far as y'all already know how I feel about this, but that's not what my questions are about. It explicitly says on the notice for the 2025 request for applications that the grant applications must be completely submitted online at or before 5 p.m. April 18th, 2025.
Say that again?
April 18th, 2025, which is already passed.
This
So
is Stan Standish.
Am I missing
Sorry.
something?
Stan Standish, Police Chief. The Commander Eric Sprinkle, that applied for this grant, has already spoken directly to the grant director and explained the timing of the council meetings, and the director gave verbal approval to move forward pending a resolution from this body. We would then retroactively provide that written resolution to the director to be in compliance with the grant.
Okay. See, it's things like that. I try not to get frustrated up here, but it's things like that that sort of frustrate me because it's like, what's the point of council's decision?
Well,
No, we won't submit the grant. If council says tonight that you don't want, that's why it's here before you.
But this is saying completely submitted, and it explicitly says the resolution is included in that complete submission. So I just want to make sure we even are on the right timeline.
So I have to certify, and the reason it's here is because I said, can we wait until we get council's approval before we certify it? And so that's why it's here.
But did y'all get certification, or did y'all get confirmation that certification after the desired April 18th date will even be
I was never told.
sufficient?
I was told that we had till May 23rd. Is that, am I remembering this correctly, Chief?
Because I'm looking at, this is straight from the DMV's website.
so there are two grants. The one that Ms. Reyes has not signed is due in 3 days. The previous one, she has already signed, and all we're pending is the resolution from this governing body. You have to realize that as it relates to the state
There's two
grants,
different ones.
they cannot anticipate everybody's timing of council meetings, nor can we. So when they open the grant process, you have a finite period to actually apply. And then you have to go out and get the resolution once you know that that grant period is open for such and such days. In this case, that's exactly what we did. They opened the window for turning on the grants. We applied for those grants, and now we have to get it before this governing body. Even if it is typically 1 to 2 weeks later, that's fairly normative.
Again, though, that's not
Madam Mayor, can I
answering.
call for the vote? I mean, if we miss the deadline, then they'll deny the grant. I don't know why we're arguing about this.
If you want to vote, you need to make a motion to,
As I was
call the previous
saying,
question.
I mean, my gosh, sorry that you as an elected official have to sit here and answer some questions as it relates to spending money. Sorry. My question was, do we have a?
Mayor, I moved for the
Do we
vote.
have a commitment that we can still do this in a timely fashion and it will be accepted even though the resolution's coming after the April 18th date?
Yes, we have a commitment from the director that oversees these grants that we can move forward.
Thank you. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay. Are we through? Okay.
The motion passes 6-1.
Okay, and just to be clear, a call for the question would need to be asked in turn and requires a second, so. And
So
by
for
the time
clarification, isn't it a privileged motion and actually stops discussion and requires an immediate vote?
After a second and then a vote, yes, and it's 2/3 if I recall, so.
But he has to be recognized and it has to be in
Yes, that's
turn.
correct.
Yes, okay. Item 11,
These are the same questions. I've already got them answered.
she needs to read it into the record, and
Consider-
then we'll vote.
Consider approval of Resolution 2025-91R, authorizing the resubmission of a task force grant application to the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority for a grant in the amount of $177,401 to fund the continuing operation of an auto crimes unit within the police department, including funding for 1 full-time sworn officer position and 9 license plate reader cameras, authorizing matching funds in the amount of $36,585, authorizing the manager or designee to execute any and all documents as needed to apply for, accept, implement, decline, modify, or cancel the grant if awarded and declare an effective date.
Motion to approve?
Motion by Mr. Mendoza, seconded by, I'll second it. Okay, so all your questions are answered, we're ready to vote?
Yeah, we don't want to make anybody mad, so yeah, that's it.
Matthew?
Oh, sorry.
You're asking for it to be extended. No, the actual like program itself.
Motion passes 6-1.
Do you want to say no?
Okay.
We'll
So the
report that as
motion-
no.
Yeah, the motion passes 5-2.
Okay, so now that takes us to, I believe, item 23, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Consider approval of ordinance 2025-15, amending the city's 2024-2025 fiscal year budget to adjust expenditure accounts in the wastewater special services fund, community enhancement fund, and tax increment reinvestment zone TERS number 5 fund, including procedural provisions and provide an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion by Mr. Mendoza, seconded by Mr. Scott. Are there any questions? I think this is kind of just routine cleanup. We'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, we're on item 24.
Consider approval of ordinance 2025-16 on the first of two readings, amending section 2.231 of the San Marcos City Code to provide that the non-voting member of the Human Services Advisory Board may have either a degree in social work or experience in social service administration, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing a savings clause, and declare an effective date.
Looking for a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have an inquiry on this one for Sam.
Ms. Rodriguez?
So I know that this item explicitly mentions the name of the HSAB member we previously, or council, I didn't. But in that previous application she did falsely, it wasn't true. She's not a member, or she's not a board member of Centro, but she identified herself as one. But since this scope is not, it does include her, but it's, I don't want it to be a potential conflict, and so
Well, but what's on our agenda, Mr. Gary, is to change the ordinance to be a little more flexible
Yeah,
and
not-
to being able to fill a position that's been a hard
Yeah.
position to fill all these years.
So the lady that is sort of kind of inspiring this, she was the one that we approved, or y'all approved last time. But in her application to be a part of HSAB, she identified herself as a member of Centro, or a board member of Centro. And as board president, I don't want there to be a potential conflict, but the reason, because this doesn't explicitly say her, that's why I didn't know.
So you're asking if you have a conflict?
Yeah, because I don't mind walking out, I just want to,
I don't think so. I think this is a general
Okay.
a general
amending an
ordinance about
ordinance.
qualifications. It's not
Okay.
about this individual.
But thank you for making that clarification.
okay.
And so it's on record for the,
Yeah.
in case anyone questions, and if,
Okay.
yeah, you should be fine.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, item 25 has got 4 parts.
Discuss and consider appointments to fill vacancies on the following boards and commissions and provide direction to staff. A, Construction Board of Appeals. B, Neighborhood Commission. C, Planning and Zoning Commission. D, Parks and Recreation Board.
Item A, Construction Board of Appeals. We have 1 vacancy, and it is for the alternate, the member who serves in an alternate position.
They're in here.
Well, there's only one.
You can put the name forward. Andrea White Potter. Okay. Are there any, so this will be a 1-for-1, so you can vote yes or no.
Motion passes 7-0.
Let me back up. Mr. Gary, did I need a motion and a second on that one? Okay.
Since they're nominations, we don't need seconds or, yeah, just
Okay.
nominate.
All right. Next is the Neighborhood Commission, and this is the vacancy for student government, and we have a name for this position.
Alexis Manzanares.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that name.
Yeah.
So, that's the name that was given to us. Ms. Garza?
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, next is Planning and Zoning Commission, of which there were several applicants.
What about parks?
I'm sorry.
Backwards.
I'm sorry, in my agenda, I've got it this way, but we'll go with the Parks and Recreation Board for next.
I'd like to nominate John Ellis Soto.
Okay. On this, what I like to see is applicants saying, I go to the parks, you know, take my kids to the park, whatever. I did not see that in any of these applications, so I'm a little hesitant,
She was
but
like super,
that we had some people apply that have some really good background, et cetera. I just, I didn't see the desire for parks like I would like to see.
Yeah, some people go all out in the past about my kids and the parks, and I love the parks. but
Exactly.
I'm just thinking, okay, at this point, it's like implied. If you didn't like the parks, then I would hope you wouldn't apply for the parks board.
Yeah, that's what I would hope. Okay. Are there other nominations?
No.
If not, it's 1 for 1, so we will vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, now we're to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We have, speak loudly and clearly into the microphone, please, Mr. Scott.
I'll nominate Josh.
Okay. We have a, Josh Baselk is nominated by Mr. Scott.
I guess I'll nominate Gabrielle Moore.
Okay, we have Gabrielle Moore nominated by Ms. Rodriguez. Others? Okay, then we will have to do this the old-fashioned way. Mr. Trevino will call your name. If you would, give her the name of your choice.
Okay. All right, Ms. Rodriguez.
Miss Moore.
Thank you. Mr. Saul Gonzalez.
Ms. Moore.
Ms. Moore, okay. Ms. Garza.
Josh?
All right, Mayor Houston.
Josh?
Mr. Scott.
Josh.
Thank you. Mr. Mendoza.
Just to say this, I'm very sad that we have to replace Mr. Garber here, but,
Yeah,
Oh, I forgot about that, yeah. Yikes.
that's why we're here.
Mr. Basolk.
Mr.
Josh Basolk.
Josh, I'm sorry. And then Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez.
Ms. Moore.
Ms. Moore, all right, is gonna be for Mr. Joshua.
Okay, that brings us to item 26, I think.
Yes. Discuss and consider an appointment to the Hayes County Public Health Advisory Board and provide direction to staff.
Ms. Reyes, y'all are nominating someone, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We were recommending Mr. ACM Lonzo Anderson. He oversees the areas of focus, animal welfare, behavioral health, infectious diseases, public health, emergency preparedness. Those are the areas that he oversees. It can be either an elected official or a staff member.
I will officially put his name in contention then. All right.
Same.
1 for 1, Mr. Trevino.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. And now another appointment to a council committee, item 27.
Discuss and consider the appointment of the mayor or a city council member to fill a vacancy on the conditional use permits committee.
That's regarding alcohol conditional use permits.
Mayor,
I will apply.
But what,
Mayor, I want to make a statement before anything else. I was originally appointed by this from Amanda, and I really appreciate that. Unfortunately, due to the obligation I had, I couldn't make that meeting, and that was my third meeting. But I really wish you the best, so whoever goes on and does this task.
In all fairness, Mr. Gonzalez, if I could just point out that you weren't missing the meetings because you just weren't able to make it. You weren't feeling good, so I am sorry that you decided to leave, but thank you for your recommendation, sir.
At the end of the day, if you're not there,
Yes, ma'am.
you're not there regardless of the reason.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I nominate Amanda. I wanted you to be in it since the beginning, but I'm kicking and dragging, I don't know. I feel like a fresh perspective might be interesting.
I accept the nomination.
Are there any other nominations? We will vote.
Mr. Saul Gonzalez.
Due to the fact that I encouraged the mayor to sign up for it, I'm going with the mayor.
Okay. Ms. Garza.
Amanda.
Mayor Houston.
Self.
Thank you. Mr. Scott. Mr. Mendoza.
Mayor Houston.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez.
I don't think it matters anymore, but Mayor Houston.
Mayor Houston, okay. And Ms. Rodriguez.
Self.
Okay, it is Mayor Houston.
All right, moving on to item 28. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Okay, item 28, Ms. Trevino.
The city council will convene an executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Government Code: A, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to receive legal advice regarding 1, matters related to changes in various federal grant requirements; 2, the decision of the 15th Court of Appeals in the matter of the State of Texas versus City of San Marcos et al., cause number 15-24-00084-CV, concerning the city's enforcement of certain marijuana laws; B, sections 551.072, real property, and 551.087, economic development, to deliberate regarding project AVSM; C, section 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate roles and responsibilities of the city council regarding appointee evaluation process.
Looking for a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
I will give that, I was going to give that to you and the second to Ms. Rodriguez, if that's okay.
Yeah, either or, doesn't matter.
Sure. And let's vote.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, folks, we're going into executive session at 11:35. We will be in the large conference room. Please don't take 10 minutes to get in there. Our executive session at 12:43. Mr. Trevino? Ms.
Yes,
Trevino?
ma'am. Sorry. Number 29. The city council will convene an executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Government Code: A, section 551.071, consultation with attorney, to receive legal advice regarding 1, matters related to changes in various federal grant requirements; 2, the decision of the 15th Court of Appeals in the matter of the State of Texas for the City of San Marcos et al., cause number 15-24-00084-CV, concerning the city's enforcement of certain marijuana laws; B, sections 551.072, real property, and 551.087, economic development, to deliberate regarding project AVSM; C, 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate roles and responsibilities of the city council regarding appointee evaluation process.
On item A, 1, federal grant requirements, we have postponed that because of time. 2, marijuana laws, we provided direction to staff. Project AVSM, we provided direction to staff. Item C, appointee evaluation process, we have postponed due to time. It is now time for question and answer session with the press and public. No one signed up. I don't see anyone here. Therefore, I was just going to adjourn us, but if you want to make a motion, we'll do that. Motion by Ms. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez, to adjourn. You got your lights blinking, push the button.
Okay, motion passes 6-0 with 1 absent.
6-0, we are out at 12:44, earlier than last time.